Live from Washington, NBC News covers Inauguration 89. Inauguration 89. NBC News covers the inauguration of George Bush as President of the United States with Tom Brokaw, Bryant Gumbel, and John Chancellor. Here from the NBC News Broadcast Center in Washington is Tom Brokaw.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this National Day of Celebration when we celebrate the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. I am Tom Brokaw here with Bryant Gumbel. We'll be here all day long, and in the nation's capital with us right now is our NBC commentator, John Chancellor. We'll be hearing from him and from the rest of the NBC News team throughout the day. They're calling this one From George to George, from George Washington, who was inaugurated as the first president of the United States in 1789, in those days in New York City, to George Herbert Walker Bush, who will become the 41st president of the United States, here, and festivities today in front of the nation's capital. In about 2 hours, he'll be sworn in. And Bryant Gumbel has a kind of a preview for us of what we can expect on
Well,
this
Tom,
day.
what's the line? How does it go in the ad? It doesn't get any better than this. Certainly that's true as it applies to George Bush. The whole day dedicated to the singular achievement of one man's lifetime. And I guess it could be argued, and the president-elect might tell you himself, that all of his 64 years have been pointed towards this day. Certainly his background would suggest that. Let's try to tell you exactly where he has been this morning and where he is going to be throughout the day. We've got a little toy sitting here between us, Tom and I, and we can tell you that last night the president-elect spent the night there at Blair House, at a house full of Bushes, we understand, 23 in all 5 children and their spouses, 10 grandchildren, and Mom Dorothy. They came out this morning and proceeded from Blair House, going west on Pennsylvania, and then north on 17th Street, up to 8th Street, and then down there to St. John's Church, where they attended a service conducted by the Reverend John Harper, a service lasting about 45 minutes. We are told that the president-elect has a long-standing relationship with the Reverend Harper and has promised to be a regular visitor, in fact.
He is an Episcopalian, George Bush, and Mrs. Bush, of course, and that is an Episcopal church. It's known as the Church of the Presidents. It's been there for more than 150 years now. It's just across Lafayette Park from the White House. President Reagan often said that he didn't feel he could go to churches regularly as he'd like to because there was too much security consideration. But my guess is that we'll see more of George Bush and Mrs. Bush on Sunday mornings going out and visiting various denominations, not just the Episcopal Church.
Yeah, the church itself has a rather strange history, too, lest somebody think it's just a church for the rich. We were a little bit surprised to learn that the church right now feeds and houses the homeless and does some work with drug counseling, too, there.
It's part of the contradiction of Washington, D.C., of course. The great seats of power here are cheek by jowl with some of the worst problems that we have in this country with the drug culture and with the homeless and so on. What will we get from George Bush? Well, today we can expect a short inaugural address, we're all being told, about 15 minutes altogether, and he'll probably emphasize the business about 1,000 points of light, Americans helping Americans. NBC's John Chancellor has been thinking about what we can expect from a George Bush presidency. John, what do you think? More pragmatism, more practical ways of going about business?
Well, I think his great problem is that he's got to come out of Ronald Reagan's shadow, an enormously popular president in for 8 years, going out high in public esteem. But you know, Tom, you and I both remember seeing the vice president in New Orleans when he got the Republican Party nomination, and the transformation of George Bush right there at that convention was a striking thing to see. And then when he went into the campaign, he was very much his own man, not kinder and gentler, but meaner and nastier. And I think what we're going to see is a George Bush emerging on his own terms as an individual president of the United States, getting out from Reagan's shadow as soon as it can be decently and tastefully done. And it seems to me that there's ample evidence now that George Bush likes governing more than he likes campaigning. He has seemed much more at peace with himself in the last few weeks after the election as he put together a cabinet of Washington insiders than he did when he was out on the stump during the campaign. So I think today you're really seeing a kind of a birth of a presidential personality, and there is some evidence to say that that will be a strong personality.
John, thank you very much. It's worth noting that it was about a year ago at this time that George Bush was fighting for his political life. He was behind in Iowa. He ended up finishing third in the Iowa caucuses, and it wasn't until he came back a week later in New Hampshire and won an upset victory over Bob Dole, then the road was paved to this momentous occasion for him, in which he'll be sworn in as the President of the United States. And during this day as well, we'll be saying farewell to the Gipper for the last time. President Reagan will be leaving this Capitol as one of the most beloved presidents ever to have served at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That'll be a big part of the morning festivities. He leaves shortly after the swearing-in ceremonies for California. We'll be back with more of Inauguration 89 from NBC News right after this.
And we're back in the nation's capital on this inauguration day. Temperatures in the mid-50s. I don't know if this will go down on record as the hottest inauguration on record, but it'll be close.
It's a spectacular day. 4 years ago, we couldn't work outside at all. They had to pull everything inside into the Capitol. Yeah. We're looking. We should kind of give everyone an orientation, I think. As, of course, is the Washington Monument behind us. We're looking west from the Labor Department building. Down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Certainly, they've got contingency plans in the event of a little precipitation, but that's not supposed to move in until late this evening, if at all. We've already told you a little bit about the President-elect's schedule. Let's show you, again, with our telestrator, the parade route that he is going to be traveling today. This is where he will take the oath of office at the Capitol, and following that, he will lead the parade route. It'll actually begin at 3rd and Pennsylvania, and then the route travels some 16 blocks, about 1.6 miles. You'll have to excuse my straight line there. And then the first family then will proceed to a reviewing stand. It is on the north lawn of the White House, and from there they will watch the parade file past. We've got a number of NBC correspondents along the route. Let's get a series of reports now, starting with White House correspondent John Cochran. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Brian, and here with me, former Governor John Sununu of New Hampshire, about to be the White House Chief of Staff in a couple of hours. Governor, you've talked to Mr. Bush this morning. What sort of a mood is he in?
Presidential.
Presidential.
He sounded upbeat, and I think he's really ready.
Now, how about the presidential address? What can you tell us about it? A little preview.
Well, it's going to be upbeat theme, but broad themes. I don't think there'll be very many specifics in it, but he's going to try and set out a general theme of what he'd like to accomplish in the next 4 years.
Now, John Kennedy mostly challenged the American people rather than promising them things. How about George Bush?
Well, I think it's going to be typical George Bush, a very warm address, something where he's talking to the people on a much more personal basis.
Now, it's fairly unusual for the vice president-elect and his wife to also come to these coffee clatches in the morning before everybody goes over. It's going to be the Bushes and the Quayles with the Reagans in the Blue Room. That's unusual. What does it signify?
Well, I think it signifies that President Reagan, Mrs. Reagan, President-elect Bush, Mrs. Bush are that kind of people. They're warm, they're inclusive, and I think it's a good sign that they felt very comfortable including the Quayles in this.
Is George Bush nervous today?
I don't think so. I don't think I've ever seen George Bush nervous.
Are you nervous? You're going to be White House Chief of Staff. You're going to be running this building.
If he's not nervous, I'm not nervous.
Okay. Governor Sununu, about to be White House Chief of Staff. Sununu, we thank you very much. We'll be seeing a lot of him in the next 4 years. Thank you very much.
John Cochran, I'm Bob Kerr, and I'm on the east side of the Capitol at the Law Library door, where within about an hour, a motorcade will bring the Reagans and the Bushes over to this side, where they'll go in the building, proceed to the other side for the ceremony. Now, many of the senators and congressmen who do the nation's business here and who are here for today's festivities believe things are going to change under George Bush. The new president, for one thing, will not have the enormous mandate Ronald Reagan did when he took office, a mandate for change. It was so strong that it gave Mr. Reagan a base of support in the country such that it literally scared members of Congress, at least at the beginning, into supporting virtually all of Mr. Reagan's policies. Following today's ceremony, this will be yet another, but perhaps the most poignant scene of the day, illustrating the changing of the guard. It'll happen over my right shoulder when Mr. Reagan is escorted with his wife down the Capitol steps by the new president, George Bush. Mr. Bush will bid a fond farewell to the Reagans, who will get into a helicopter right here in the parking lot and fly off, beginning their long trip to California and post-presidential life. That'll be the scene here. Now over to John Dancy, who is inside the Capitol. John?
Yes, Bob, I'm in the rotunda of the Capitol, the building that probably in American mythology symbolizes the nation more than any other building in this country, because it is here, as Daniel Webster once said, that the people rule. There's something very symbolic about the fact that Mr. Bush comes here to be sworn in and not being sworn in at the White House. He will be sworn in here in the presence of the Congress. It, in effect, symbolizes the unity of the people as represented by Congress and the President of the United States. Symbolizes that they are in a partnership that works together to govern the country. Once Mr. Bush is here, once he is sworn in, he will walk back through the rotunda here, escorted by President Reagan, or then ex-President Reagan. It will be President Bush who will escort the ex-president to the door. Mr. Reagan will walk outside and do the symbolic getting into the helicopter and flying off, the equivalent, I suppose, of getting on the horse and riding off into the sunset. Tom?
Thank you very much, John Dancy. And as we have been saying this morning, we can expect a relatively short speech, and we can expect as well, I think, from speechwriter Peggy Noonan, some new phrases that should be memorable in American life. She is, after all, the writer who penned the phrase, "a kinder, gentler nation." She also gave us, however, "read my lips, no new taxes." Maybe on this day we can retire that phrase, at least the business about reading my lips. We'll be back with more on Inauguration 89 right after this. We're back with continuing coverage of this inaugural day, 1989. You're seeing the crowd starting to gather there. They do expect a lot of folks out there. Some of them will have to pay money, others won't. Everyone will have to go through some security today, however.
That's right, and evidently that doesn't sit very well either with Senator Wendell Ford of Kentucky, who is going to be up on the platform up there today. You know, it's interesting. You were talking about retiring the "read my lips" line. Right. George Bush basically said as much this morning when he poked his head out of Blair House a little bit earlier. Somebody was asking him about the catch lines that he might be using today. You're going to say "read my lips," and he says, "No, I don't think you'll hear that anymore." And in fact, we are hearing that there will be no rousing cheer line like at the convention. That he has retired "read my lips," and instead today it's going to be cooperation, not confrontation. We're going to be talking about the politics of inclusion in this brief 15-minute address.
What happens on an inaugural day, of course, is that you get to meet a lot of new stars of this country. One of them will be, of course, Mrs. Bush, Barbara Bush, as the new president calls her, Bar. She's already won the hearts of a lot of people around this country with her straightforward fashion. She met George Bush when she was just 16 years old. She says that she has told her children, "I married the first man I ever kissed." And then she added, "When I tell them that, they almost throw up." Well, Barbara Bush is the subject of this report now from NBC's Lisa Myers. Lisa?
Hi, Tom. Barbara Bush says to watch her closely this week with her perfectly coiffed hair and her designer clothes because you may never see them again. She has a characteristically down-to-earth attitude about her new job and today's ceremony.
Exciting. It's like it's bigger than a graduation day. It's that kind of feeling, though, or bigger than your wedding day. But that kind of feeling. It isn't that you're nervous, it's you're excited, and there's an enormous difference between that. I don't think I'll be at all nervous. I think I'll be very excited for George.
Do you sense that he has any qualms or concerns at this point about being president?
I don't think he has any qualms about being president at all, honestly. I think he sees enormous problems out there that have to be solved. And I think you're going to find a very thoughtful president, a very wise one with a lot of good experience. I think it is going to, I think it shows you a man who's going to be a hands-on president. I think it shows you a man who's not going to do always what you expect him to do. I hope people will get to know the George Bush I know, the not only decent, honest man, but really the world's funniest, most sensitive, thoughtful, caring man.
Is there a sense, do you think, on his part that finally he is going to take charge?
I wouldn't put it quite that way, but it makes sense. You're vice president. You weren't elected president. You do that for 8 years. And then your moment comes, and I think he probably looks more self-assured. I don't think he's one bit different.
Do you ever pinch yourselves and think, my Lord, it's really going to happen?
Funny thing happened one day. We got in the mail at Christmas a great big calendar, and on it had 40 pictures of the 40 previous presidents. In the middle was a great big picture of George. And I thought, my gosh, he really is going to be president. There he was on the calendar. If that doesn't tell you, nothing else does.
We've heard a great deal about pearls and pork rinds.
May I just say something now for the world? No more pork rinds, please. We are up to our elbows in pork rinds. So,
but pearls they may send?
No one sends me pearls. I have to buy them. My wonderful fake pearls. Very proud of them.
As First Lady, Barbara Bush says she will be slightly more careful about what she says, but only slightly. And because of the lack of privacy at the White House, when she jumps out of bed in the morning to walk her dog Millie, she says she'll put on her jogging suit instead of her bathrobe. Bryant?
All right, Lisa, thank you. Of course, she is viewed as an immeasurable asset to the Republican ticket. I'm not necessarily sure, Tom, that the Republicans feel quite as comfortable with Marilyn Quayle, who is a rather opinionated, strong-willed lady. That one bears watching, I think.
That's right. With the line I love about Barbara Bush and her pearls, she pays $90 for those fake pearls, and she says, I want to hide the wrinkles. It's as simple as that.
Well, certainly if she is the president-elect's closest unofficial advisor, his closest official advisor figures to be Secretary of State designate Jim Baker, who goes back 30 years with the president-elect, and Mr. Baker is standing by with Andrea Mitchell in Rotunda, the Capitol. Good morning, Andrea. Did you hear it? Brian did not hear it. They don't hear it. I lost the mic. Stand by. Evidently, we are not getting the audio from out of the Rotunda of the Capitol, and we'll have to be going back to there. Tom, I guess nobody personifies the spirit of cooperation rather than confrontation of the new administration, maybe more than Mr. Baker, who's just coming off
Baker is
hearings.
an extraordinary presence in the city. He's kind of first friend to George Bush, and he's a combination of Texas charm and Eastern manners and kind of all-American values. He's been Secretary of the Treasury. He's been a White House Chief of Staff. He was a top advisor to Gerald Ford. He's been through all of the posts here, and the real question is, after having served as Secretary of State, doesn't he really have his eye on the Oval Office at some point, and how does that play out?
Interesting, too. You know, he was on this morning, and we were going over the story of how he got involved in politics at George Bush's urging, and so he obviously wouldn't be here but for George Bush. I asked him if he thought George Bush would be where he is today without Jim Baker, and he modestly said yes, but I think most would maybe disagree.
No, I think that in fact was the case, that when Baker stepped in last year, he really saved the Bush campaign.
Yeah, we're going to come back in just a little bit. There's much more ahead for this Inauguration Friday right after this.
We're back. Those are scenes of your nation's capital that you're looking out on there today. And in the Rotunda right now is NBC's Andrea Mitchell with the Secretary of State designate, James Baker, who made a winning appearance yesterday on Capitol Hill. Andrea, we do have the microphones all prepared. We can hear you.
I'm glad you can hear us now. Yes, I'm here with Jim Baker, who is George Bush's good friend, fishing and hunting buddy, campaign manager, and some say alter ego. Mr. Secretary, we've seen over the years a trend toward the White House staff dominating even what's called cabinet government. You've been on both sides of that fence. How do you see the Bush administration shaping up? What will the balance of power be?
Well, I would hope and expect that it would be a healthy mix, really. You need strong cabinet government, but you also need a strong White House staff for a presidency to succeed. And I really thought and believe and think that that's what we saw during the Reagan administration.
Well, do you think it's going to be hard for the White House staff to compete with people like yourself and Nick Brady and Bob Mosbacher and other good friends of George Bush?
I don't think it's a question of competition. There should not be competition between the cabinet and the White House staff, and for the most part, generally speaking, there isn't. So I don't think that's the issue. That's why it's important that you have strong players in the cabinet and strong players in the White House.
Now, George Bush and you have talked about being cautious toward the Soviets. We have the new East-West human rights accords, and within days of the accords being signed, there is a crackdown all over Eastern Europe. What does this foretell?
Well, what it foretells is that we should be cautious and prudent and realistic in our dealings with the Soviet Union, and that we should keep the obligations of the United States to attend a human rights conference in Moscow, provided the conditions to that attendance are met. And there are a whole host of conditions that were put upon our attendance at that conference in Moscow in 1991. If there are crackdowns, that's going to argue against attendance. If they move in the right direction, of course, the United States will be prepared to attend.
Can you estimate at all, will it be 6 months, 8 months, a year before arms talks resume, before you've made the weapons decisions and are ready to resume negotiations?
Well, I was asked that question in my confirmation hearings, and I said then, and I will say now, I don't think that we can put a date on it. After all, we're not even in office yet and haven't gotten together as an administration to start doing a whole host of things that we have to do, one of which is to make some strategic modernization decisions, review our negotiating stance, and the like. So I don't know that I would look for a year to pass, but I do think we should take our time, review the bidding, and see what's going on before we jump.
Now, a lot of people are talking about the new George Bush. We saw a different George Bush during the campaign, a new George Bush in the transition. Will there be yet another new George Bush after he is sworn in today? I
don't think so. In fact, I don't think there have been a whole host of new George Bushes as we move along. The man who's going to be sworn in as president here in an hour and a half or so is the same person that I've known for 30 years as a good friend. And I said that, you know, during the campaign, a lot of people didn't believe me, but I really do believe it's true. And with George Bush, what you see is what you get, and that's what the American people are going to get.
And one quick question, do you ever imagine someday James Baker standing out there on that podium and taking that oath?
Absolutely not.
Okay. With that, thank you very much, Secretary-Designate Bryant Gumbel.
All right, Andrea, thanks very much. You know, it's interesting. We had Jim Baker on a little bit earlier this morning on Today, and I was asking him whether or not his new cautious approach to the Soviet Union was an indication that he felt the Reagan administration had gone too far, too fast. He said, no, they grabbed the opportunities as they existed, but maybe the opportunities aren't the same anymore.
Well, it only makes sense from a diplomatic point of view. You've got a lot of hole cards here in this administration. And there's George Bush, speaking of a man who's holding a lot of cards today, leaving Blair House with Mrs. Bush and Barbara Bush, of course, and Marilyn and Dan Quayle. They'll be walking from Blair House, which is just across the street from the White House. It's a very short walk, but they'll go over in the new presidential limousine, which arrived about a week ago. $600,000.
I was going to say, considerable price tag, too. No overcoats either, Tom.
No. Well, it's that kind of a day. There's an overcast sky, but it's generally pleasant, about 50 degrees, and it could be pretty comfortable. It looks like the vice president had to get into the jump seats as he got in there. It's literally 50 yards to the northwest gate of the White House from where they are now, but security is an enormous consideration. Some people think that the Secret Service and the other agencies have gone too far, but then we don't know what they know. That's a big part of it.
And also, one of the big mysteries going on around here, there's a lot of rumors that George Bush will try to get out and walk, a la Jimmy Carter, not walk the entire parade route, mind you, but that it would be very difficult for him not to want to get out and press the flesh. And the people who may know are talking about it, and of course that scares the Secret Service a great deal. Jim Miklaszewski has been inside Blair House this morning. We understand that he is standing by outside right now. Good morning, Jim. Hello, Jim.
Well, we're trying to find Jim Miklaszewski. It's worth noting that this will be a very pleasant occasion, obviously, because the Bushes and the Reagans are friends, and it'll be a friendly transfer of power. When you went from Eisenhower to John Kennedy and from Lyndon Johnson to Richard Nixon, it wasn't quite in that spirit. Jim Miklaszewski, you are there now. You were inside earlier, right?
Tom.
Yes, Jim.
Oh, there you are. Oh, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, it's an especially high-spirited George Bush who's just headed off to the White House for his final farewell with President Reagan.
Jim,
yes.
Jim, now that we can hear you, we're going to take it away from you because we're at the north entrance to the White House, and you see President and Mrs. Reagan, and we just want to let this scene play out. powerful country in the world in this kind of quiet, dignified, and friendly transfer of administrations. On the steps of the nation's residence, the White House.
My ears aren't good enough to pick that up, Tom.
I can't hear it either,
No,
but on his last day in office, Ronald Reagan will not be spared shouted questions from the White House press corps.
Well, evidently, George Bush had said there'll be none of that, but as he went in and out of Blair House today, he was shouted at, and he did respond.
The president's left hand is in bandages because, you know, he had the corrective surgery on his ring finger of his left hand recently. Said, talked to him about it the other day. He said it was much more of an operation than he expected him.
They're going inside for coffee, but that doesn't figure to last very long. They'll only stay in there, I guess, about 25 minutes to a half hour, and after that proceed on to the Capitol and take up their positions there for the more formal ceremonies. What do you think? We're 0 for 2 with Jim. Well, I guess 1.5.
Well, Jim, we owe you one. We'll get back to you later in the day. Your time has not gone by, and of course, you're going to be at the White House as a correspondent. You'll have lots of opportunities.
Okay. Let's say we take them. Do you want to go to Messenger right here? We'll come back in just a moment. There's much more ahead for Inauguration 89 right after this.
Back now with continuing coverage on NBC News of Inauguration 89, and one of our colleagues here, James O'Gorman, and who's from Detroit and has a very sharp eye about these matters,
so that
points out that that's a Cadillac and not a Ford Lincoln. And so it's probably not the new limousine that they're riding in. It only makes sense that they'll get the new one when you get to be president of the United States. You don't get all the toys before you get the office.
That look like Jim's, the one that we had?
That's right. So General Motors gets a small plug here because Ford's going to get a lot of it in the next 4 years. What we want to do now is go over to the nation's capital to another one of the new president's closest friends, and that's Alan Simpson of Wyoming, and he's there with NBC's John Dancy. John, Senator?
Tom, first of all, let me tell you that nobody who is 5'8", as I am, stands shoulder to shoulder with Alan Simpson, who is 6'7", so I'm standing on a box today, and that's the reason I'm about the same size. Senator, you're one of the new president-elect's closest friends. You were considered for the job of vice president. Do you have any regrets on this day?
Oh, not a shred. That's not something I could perform with any kind of feeling of worth. I admire the office. I admire George Bush. So I'm a legislator. I love to legislate. I love to mess around with the hot stuff. And I'm not an administrator, and besides that, they'd have me muzzled in about a week.
You wouldn't like that.
No, I wouldn't like that. But this is so special because in a year, the people of America are going to know George Bush like those of us that have known him for many years.
Well, now, there have been a lot of calls for bipartisanship as this new administration is beginning. That certainly was not the case under Ronald Reagan. A lot of contention, a lot of confrontation. Why is this going to be different, or is it going to be different?
Well, you know, you're an old pro on the scene, and you watched Reagan and Tip O'Neill. They started as friends, and then they just mashed each other together about once a week, made it tough to legislate. Now you have George Mitchell, who wants to succeed and will succeed. I wish him the very best. I intend to help him as best I can. He's a splendid man. And George Bush has always had these gravitational ties toward the institution. He's been a member of the Senate, of the House, president of the Senate. Quayle has been a member of the House and the Senate. It should be good for bipartisanship, for legislating.
You have said in the past, in numerous speeches, that things get done in Washington by a combination of greed, racism, and fear. Maybe one other adjective in there. Are things going to be different under George Bush?
What I said was that you pass or kill legislation based on the use of a deft blend of emotion, fear, guilt, or racism. And you see that. George Bush will be able to defang a lot of that simply because he has been a legislator. I often thought that if President Jimmy Carter had just paid a visit to Robert Byrd in his chambers, things would have been measurably different, but he chose never to do that. That's not the way George is. He'll come up here, He'll have them up to the White House for cookies and milk, and it'll be different, very different.
We look forward to that, Senator. Thank you very much for being with us.
Good, John.
Brant?
All right, John. Thanks very much. Throughout the course of this broadcast, and let us know that we're going to be here, well, what, another 5.5 hours before the parade is done. We're going to be bringing you a series of taped messages from noted individuals directed towards George Bush. It's very unscientific. It's a cross-section of people, prominent people in their fields. All we did was ask them what would they like to say if they had to pass a message along to George Bush. Here's our first grouping.
Congratulations, President Bush. You were an outstanding vice president, and you were an excellent choice to be the president of the United States. Recently, the Department of Defense went a long ways in helping reduce our federal budget by closing a lot of surplus bases, Air Force, Army, and Navy. Now, in my opinion, the next step would be, let's look at all of the manpower on all of the installations throughout the world with a manpower utilization survey team and get rid of a lot of our surplus people. This will go a long ways to save money. Keep up the good work and good luck.
Investments in two of our nation's most critical resources, women and children, are urgently needed. Mr. President, I commend your already expressed interest in education and urge that we move immediately to develop solutions in this area. For education will provide our truest defense, our best capacity for a more competitive economy, and in the end, our best shot at a better future for our children. At the same time, support for women under the law, in employment, in social services, and in quality education and daycare for our children is essential if we are to remove the trends that are now impoverishing the women and children of our country. These efforts are central not only for the kinder and gentler country that we all wish for, but for the stronger one that we must have.
Today, Mr. President, you assume the most important office in the world, and you inherit some big problems with it, including the budget and trade deficits. Believe me, I know how hard it is to pull an operation out of the red. But today isn't the day to talk about the problems ahead. Today is one day in America when there aren't any politics, and there aren't any arguments about where we're headed or what our priorities ought to be. Today, you have every man, woman, and child in the country behind you. Don't be afraid to ask us for some sacrifices. We all want yours to be the most successful presidency ever.
Those are some of the Americans that we'll be hearing from today with some advice for George Bush. It's worth noting that almost all of them talked about the spirit of the country, ready to get on with problem solving. And Alan Greenspan, who's the chairman of the Federal Reserve, was saying to me this week that he said it's hard for us who are economists and try to project these kinds of things to gauge how much determination there is out there, how much volunteerism there is, how much sacrifice people are willing to make, but his sense of it is that people are ready now to make some sacrifices to deal with the deficit and some of these other problems. We'll see in the weeks ahead. We'll be back with more from Washington right after this on our Inauguration 89.
Back in the nation's capital on a pretty good Friday morning. I was about to say brilliant Friday morning, but the skies are moving in just a little bit. They keep telling us still no rain, but we've got some clouds to say the winds are whipping up just a little bit out there.
Actually, if it stays just like this, it's going to be quite striking, and it'll also be better for the crowd because they won't have the glare of the sun to deal with, and it does give a kind of a nice cast of light to the nation's capital. We're pretty quick on our feet. We've made a move here of about, what, 15 feet?
They're not the only ones dealing with the glare of the sun
That's
either.
Right.
We're about 45 minutes into this broadcast, and we really haven't talked much about former Senator Dan Quayle, the Vice President-elect. Of course, a man of much controversy ever since he got the nod for the bottom half of the ticket, a man who bears watching, a man who's already talked a little bit about his schedule and some of the trips he'll be making towards the end of January. He's also a young man, just 41 years old, who had to give up his Senate seat in order to take the Vice President's office. The man who took the seat, Senator Dan Coates, is standing by in the rotunda right now with our John Dancy. Let's go back there. John?
All right, Brian, I'm with Dan Coates, and you were in the congressional seat that once had been held by Dan Quayle, right?
Not only that, but I worked for him as his district representative in Fort Wayne for the first 4 years of his office in Congress.
Have you gotten used to people calling you senator yet?
No, I keep looking over my shoulder, wondering who they're talking about.
Dan Quayle as possibly President of the United States. Give you pause?
Well, the American people don't know the Dan Quayle I know, and that the Hoosiers not only know but have elected successfully to office many times, when they find out about the real Dan Quayle, they're going to be very happy with George Bush's choice.
Well, the real Dan Quayle concedes that he was not much of a student when he was in university. Is he smart enough to be president of the United States?
Dan has been applying himself very thoroughly to the task ahead of him. He was a conscientious senator. He's working very hard and meeting with people from around the world to, in a sense, get up to speed on the issues that a president must know about.
But does the work of being a senator prepare him to be president of the United States?
Well, the work of being a senator and before that a congressman for 4 years, as well as the people that he's now meeting with and being briefed by, and the work shoulder to shoulder with George Bush is going to prepare him for that day if that comes.
What sort of advice have you given to him?
Be himself. Be the real Dan Quayle, and when that comes through, American people will be happy with that choice.
Well, he has been a senator, as you said, for 8 years. How did he do as a senator? Was he a good senator for the state of Indiana?
He was a very good senator for the state of Indiana, and the Indiana people re-elected him with a historic record margin in 1986, a reflection of the kind of work he did.
Let me go back to something you just said about being himself. What should he do as Vice President of the United States to establish himself in the American mind, to carve out a niche for himself?
I think sink his teeth into some issues and responsibilities that he'll be given by the president. Do a thorough job. Take the long-term view, not the short-term view. Not try to grab headlines, which you won't. But just do a thorough, conscientious job.
Okay, thank you very much. Senator Dan Coates, new Senator Dan Coates.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tom?
Thank you very much, John Dancy. There was some talk, of course, that Marilyn Quayle was interested in that Senate seat, but in the final analysis, it went to then Congressman Dan Coates, and now the question is, what happens to Marilyn Quayle? She's raised the possibility that she may join a Washington, D.C. law firm, which would be highly unusual, unorthodox, but on the other hand, she feels very strongly about maintaining her own identity, and she does have a law degree. In front of the White House right now, there's a kind of an exceptional exercise underway. They've been changing the license plates on the presidential limousine. I don't know whether they just discovered that they were out of date or what happened, but my guess is that they're probably ceremonial license plates, and they got one that reflected the fact that this is George Bush's inauguration, no longer Ronald Reagan's. I presume that the registration is in the glove compartment, and somewhere they've got an insurance card as well.
I don't think they'll be stopped and asked to present it in any event.
There's been this talk about the new presidential limousine, of course, which costs $600,000, and Johnny Carson was saying the other night, it makes him a little nervous because he read where you can launch a nuclear strike from that limousine, and he said, with all those Bush grandchildren flopping around in the car, who's to know whether they'll hit the wrong button or not? He said, it's right up there on the dashboard with a little mushroom cloud on it. Making fun of a nuclear holocaust is only Carson can, of course, but it's a lot more complicated than pushing the button next to the lighter on the front board dash.
We understand that John Chancellor is sitting over in the Senate Appropriations room. He has a couple of thoughts on Dan Quayle and the problems he's had. John?
Well, I traveled with Dan Quayle, Bryant, during the fall campaign for a few days. He is more intelligent, he is more knowledgeable about government affairs, and he is a better speaker than most people in this country believe. I think the press really got the story a little bit wrong about Dan Quayle. He does have some strengths as a campaigner and as a conversationalist, as a person. He's not the airhead that people, especially cartoonists, have said he is. He really has had a very, very difficult passage, and sometimes I get the impression that Dan Quayle is a volcano about to erupt, that he has buttoned his lip during some really extraordinary criticism. Now, the question is, if he is going to emerge, what kind of man is Dan Quayle going to be? He is the focus of a lot of the conservatives in the cabinet. There is Quayle, there is Jack Kemp, there is John Sununu, the president's chief of staff. Those are all three strong conservatives in the Bush cabinet. There will be pressures on Dan Quayle to become the point man for movement conservatism in a Bush administration. And the interesting thing, and nobody knows how this is going to play out, is will he do that? Because if Dan Quayle, who is now 42 years old, waits for 8 years for George Bush to go through 2 terms as president, he still will be only 50 years old, and does he have a chance at the nomination? On the other hand, does he have a chance in these intervening 4 or 8 years to be, in a sense, the leader, the highest-ranking conservative, movement conservative in the Republican Party? That must be very tempting for Dan Quayle. So we're going to see how this plays out. But I do confess that people in our business, I think, have got the Dan Quayle story a little wrong. He is a better speaker, he is a better politician than I think most Americans now believe, and I think you're going to see that coming out.
Okay, John, thanks very much. By his own admission, though, he says he is impetuous, impatient, and results-oriented. And I think when you're vice president, that's a formula for frustration.
Yeah, what we'll want to do, of course, is to give Dan Quayle a chance to be Dan Quayle for a while, as they used to say about let Ronald Reagan be Ronald Reagan.
We're going to come back in just a little bit. There's much more ahead. I think we're going to start seeing the motorcade make its way to the Capitol in just a little bit. We'll get to that right after this.
You're looking at Pennsylvania Avenue to the nation's capital there. We're awaiting the departure from the White House of President and Mrs. Reagan, President-elect Mrs. Bush, and Vice President-elect and Mrs. Dan Quayle. They'll be going to the nation's capital. We're in about an hour and 10 minutes. George Herbert Walker Bush will become the 41st President of the United States. So Ronald Wilson Reagan has about an hour and 10 minutes left as the most powerful man in the world, and he leaves office as the oldest president to depart 77 years, 349 days. His birthday is February 6th. He'll be 78 years old, and physically, with the exception of a hearing loss and that corrective surgery on his finger recently, he is in exceptional condition. Not only that, but he's enormously popular. The people who were laughing at Ronald Reagan when he arrived here 8 years ago now are gnashing their teeth because his last popularity rating from the American people just this week, 64% approval. That's really extraordinary. We asked some school children around the country for their thoughts to Ronald Reagan, and we asked them to express them in letters.
Dear President Reagan, I would like to thank you for serving as America's 40th president. I realized that being a president is a tough job.
When I first came to America and started to go to school, I heard all the kids talking about this person called Ronnie. Later I found out his real name was Ronald Reagan.
I am privileged to have you as my president for 8 years. You have made America proud and strong again.
My mother told me that people didn't always feel that way about this country. When she was in college, the students protested against the war in Vietnam, burned our flag, and thought this country wasn't a good place to be.
As the president, I think you did a great job. I hope your future years are good. Maybe you would like to become a fisherman or a swimmer now that you're retired.
Are you going back to acting? Everyone will miss you very much. Even though I'm a Democrat, I will miss you very much also. Your friend, Sarah Fleming.
Dear President Reagan, thank you for Thank you for talking to the President of Russia. Don't eat too much jelly beans. I hope you have a good retirement. You are a great president because you made peace with the people in the USSR and meeting with Gorbachev. I bet you are the best horseback rider. Dear President Reagan, thank you for take care of...
I have a few questions to ask you and some things to tell you about while you were president. My cat had 4 kittens, my friend took 3 of them, and so there is 1 left. My mom keeps telling me to find someone who will take the 4th kitten. I was wondering if you might want the kitten.
Here's a good to you, Ronnie. During your retirement, you should go to parks and just relax. I think you were a good president because you are nice. You appointed the first woman to the U.S. Supreme Court. That will always help me if I want to run for a position or if I wanted to be on the Supreme Court. That also proves to me that you think women should have equal rights.
I am glad you tried to make peace with Russia. I wish you had helped the poor a little bit more. I hope you have a good time retiring.
Whatever you do, relax, eat jelly beans, live in California. I'll always remember you as the first president I ever knew.
Dear President Reagan, thank you for taking care of this world. I hope you enjoy riding horses. Love, Lolly, and my pet.
wasn't it Art Linkletter who pointed out first that kids say the darndest things, right? As you noted, he leaves perhaps our most popular two-term president, but you were just noting that there are a lot of folks who say, yeah, it was wonderful, but it's time.
People who are very close to him, in fact, have been a little concerned about how much attention he's been able to pay to details in the last several months or so, but he's about to walk through the White House door for the last time as President of the United States. We're going to show you that picture right now.
As we wait for it, Tom, you spent some time with him last week. Could you tell there was fatigue?
Well, he was up for the interview because we were talking about his life, and that was something that very much interested him in days in Dixon, Illinois, and in Hollywood and so on. But I did notice that we started at 11:30 in the morning. We finished about 12:15, and he said to one of his aides on the way out, well, gee, we worked right through lunch. So it wasn't a long morning, but at the same time, you know, you can, I think, charitably, you can say this is a man for 8 years at his age who has, however you think that he has carried them, the burdens and responsibilities of being President of the United States. But the Reagan era now is over, and as I say, many of his people who are closest to him and love him very much politically and personally think that it's time now for him to go on. For the last year or so, he has not been as concentrated on the job as we may like a president to be, I guess is the best way of putting it.
We're continuing to look at the north entrance of the White House, the open door there from where, well, even at this moment, the principals involved will be emerging.
These are the
Bob
congressional
Michael coming out, turning left.
Speaker Wright. Wendell Ford, who is the senator in charge from Kentucky.
The Joint Inaugural Committee.
It's going to take 9 full cargo planes for the Reagans to get everything to California that they want to have sent out there.
I'm a little bit reluctant to do this because of what we had to do to Miklaszewski earlier and cut him off, but let's go to White House correspondent John Cochran with the note that we may have to jump in right away. John?
All right, earlier you guys were talking about how friendly everything that's going on in the White House is now. It was not always so, however, at these White House inaugurations. Back in 1933, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt came here to take over from Herbert Hoover, it was very frosty. Herbert Hoover very angry at things that FDR had said during the campaign. 20 years later, 1953, Dwight Eisenhower comes here to see Harry Truman, who's still mad about the things that Ike said during the campaign about the Democrats. It's very changed now. However, of course, the Reagans and the Bushes very, very close. Now, if there is one living president George Bush may not be crazy about, it may be Jimmy Carter. I don't know if you know the story, but after Jimmy Carter beat Jerry Ford in the election, George Bush was director of the CIA. Bush flew down to Plains, Georgia to talk to Jimmy Carter. Bush was willing to stay on and to direct the CIA under a Democratic president. They go into the room, they start talking, and Jimmy Carter says, well, George, I guess you're anxious to get back to your law practice in Texas, aren't you? To which Mr. Bush said, well, Governor Carter, I would if I'd ever practiced law. And that pretty much wound up the meeting, and George Bush went back to Washington and left the government, but not, as it turns out, permanently. And that's why we're all here today, to see him become President of the United States, fellas.
Yeah, and John, we should also note that none of our 3 former presidents will be at the ceremony today. Jimmy Carter, his office saying he's in Plains, working on Carter Center business. Former President Ford is at a roast tonight to benefit the Betty Ford Center. That's probably out in Palm Springs. That's where the center is, but we don't know where the event is. And former President Richard Nixon is back in New Jersey.
Well, the former presidents like to be the center of attention, and when you come to Washington on a day when there's a new president being installed and an old president is saying goodbye, you don't get a lot of attention. And in fairness, too, to them, they also know that this day belongs to George Bush and to Ronald Reagan, and their time has come. I said 9 full cargo planes that the Reagans will require to get all of their goodies back to California.
It's up already?
It's fair to point out that 69 tons will be documents and archival material like videotapes and films and that kind of thing. They're going to live in Bel Air for a while, well, most of the time, in a house that has been purchased for them by some of their wealthy friends. And then, of course, the ranch up near Santa Barbara will be a place that my guess is now the president will sneak off to, the former president will sneak off to on his own. Mrs. Reagan was never crazy about that long, harrowing drive up there.
She prefers Bel Air.
Yeah, that's right. And her friends couldn't get there easily, so she'll have some weekends. But my guess is Dutch, as he likes to be called by his friends from time to time, will spend more time up at the ranch than she will.
You noted earlier we're expecting a crowd of somewhere approaching 300,000 out there. We understand NBC correspondent Douglas Kiker is, as they say, out among them at the Capitol spectator area. Let's go on out there and see what he's about. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Brian. I'm here with Stephen Gilroy, who is a 7th grade teacher of American history in Manhasset, Long Island. Mr. Gilroy, this is not your first inauguration, is it?
No, this is my fifth. I've been here since 1973. And for the past 3, I've made a slideshow that I show to my students when I get back to school.
That's what you're doing now. You're going to taking photographs?
Yeah, I have my wife over here recording the whole thing, and I think right now the kids are in the library watching it, I hope. And if not, they're going to see it when I get back Monday.
Well, let me ask you this. This fall, could you generate any interest among those children in the presidential campaign?
Quite a lot. We had a mock debate. I had my 7th grade students portray Bush, Dukakis. We had a vote. We had an election. At the beginning of the school year, they knew almost nothing about the candidates or where they stood. By November, they couldn't wait to watch the results, and I think they were telling their parents a lot rather than the other way around.
And so now they're watching it at home on television, no doubt.
I hope they are. I think they're kind of happy to have me out of the classroom, I guess, but I'll be back Monday.
Stephen Gilman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom?
Thank you, Douglas Kiker. Back to the White House. President and Mrs. Reagan, President-elect and Mrs. Bush,
any final
Vice President-elect and Mrs. Dan Quayle.
Any final thoughts to the American public before you leave office?
Any final thoughts? And I can read George Bush's lips, but not the president's from this distance in, so I couldn't tell what was being said there. Traditionally, of course, the president and the president-elect ride together in the short drive to the White House. They're a little bit behind schedule. They're due to arrive up there at 11:05. It's probably going to be slightly longer than a 5-minute drive, although they conceivably could make it. After all, there's no other traffic on their motorcade route, and they do have security on their side, not likely to get a ticket.
What were the watchwords in town this week? If you're not a wheel, don't drive?
That's right. There's been gridlock with taxis and limos especially, many of them running for $3 grand for the week. This is, after all, a Republican administration. They like a little display of their wealth, and a limousine is one way to do it.
Although I guess there are limits to the wealth. We were hearing from Mike Jensen a little bit earlier that there were 5 $1,500 a plate dinners, and 3 of them had to be canceled because they couldn't fill the house. So, as Michael said, they may be rich, but they're not stupid.
Well, now we'll get the cars right. That's the new one that they're in there with the presidential flag on the left bumper and the American flag on the right bumper. Secret Service details surrounding the car. The new $600,000 armor-plated limousine will be shipped to various presidential appearances that it'll make, because security is an enormous consideration, and also because it's wired for sound, as they say. I mean, it's a traveling communication center for the President of the United States. I've never been in the presidential limousine itself, although I've traveled in presidential motorcades on short notice from the White House, and as you go dashing across Washington, it's kind of fun. They weave in and out of the traffic, and the things are cleared, and you kind of get to where you're going in a hurry.
The route they'll travel is one that has been swept pretty clear. All boxes, mailboxes, newspaper boxes have been taken away. All manhole covers have been riveted shut. There are armed guards on the rooftops, and they've swept it pretty clean.
It's a little different than 1937. This is how NBC Radio described its coverage of the parade in those days. We said at that time, in order to broadcast a worm's eye view of the paraders, NBC is constructing a special glass manhole on Pennsylvania Avenue, and in the manhole will be an announcer describing the hobnail boots and the cavalry passing overhead. Our man in the hole now.
Tell him to come to me.
Deborah Norville.
All right, Tom, I couldn't help but laugh at your story about the glass manhole cover providing NBC's worm's eye view of that inaugural event some years ago. If you can look closely as the parade passes by, or as the inaugural procession passes by, take a look at the manhole covers. If you can get a glimpse of them as the cars pass, you'll see that they have been painted over. The Secret Service and the other security experts have come through the entire motorcade route and painted over the tops of the manhole covers after looking inside first and making sure that there was nothing of any security risk inside. They'll be able to tell with just a glance whether those manholes have been tampered with or not. It's interesting to note, too, as the motorcade comes our way here on Pennsylvania Avenue, that as you mentioned before, this is the first time in 60 years that the power of the presidency has remained with the same party. We've talked many times the fact that George Bush is the first vice president since Martin Van Buren to accede to the presidency. The Democrats are willing to acknowledge that one, but they're also quick to point out that Martin Van Buren served only one term in the presidency. And while this is certainly George Bush's day, they are looking for years from now.
It's kind of funny, dear old Marty hasn't gotten much attention in the last 100 years as he has the past 100 days.
George Bush said in Texas right after his election was complete, he raised his eyes skyward and said, "Thank you, Marty," Martin Van Buren.
Interesting, we were talking about former presidents, a little bit of odd trivia, and I guess I probably shouldn't even phrase it until I have the answer with me, but I'm going to dig through my briefcase and find it. I had made a question of it, actually, on the Today program about 2 weeks ago as to whether or not we had ever been in a situation where we had 4 living former presidents. And I've heard from a number of people who have passed that along, and we're going to dig that one out of the pile in a little bit.
I think probably not. Certainly not in this century, because a lot of the accession to the White House was a result of death. Hoover was alive when Truman was president, but of course Roosevelt was dead. And before that, Harding had died, Wilson was gone, so there was, no, 4 is unlikely.
Yeah, well, I think the answer I got is one that dates back quite a ways, but I'll dig it out. Our picture is stabilized, but our sound hasn't.
Let's think for a moment in our own minds what must be going through the mind of George Bush. This is a man who was a decorated World War II Navy pilot when he was in his teens in World War II. Came from a privileged but hardworking background in Connecticut. His father had been a senator. He went to the best schools, graduating with honors from Yale. Went to Texas, then entered politics, serving in Congress, serving as the American representative in Beijing, director of the CIA, head of the Republican National Committee, vice president of the United States, moderate Republican, eager to do whatever he could to serve his party and to serve his own ambition and resume. And a year and a half ago, a lot of people were saying, no way will the American people elect George Bush. And now at age 64, the triumph of his life. Pretty exhilarating, I would think.
It goes even farther than that, Tom. It's not an original thought, of course, but George Bush has lived the life that Ronald Reagan likes to talk about. He's a war hero. He's an athlete. He's a man who has enjoys the camaraderie of other men, has a lot of close friendships, a man who's traveled extensively, an awful lot of experience in government, a good family man, a man who's close to his family, as we will see. What are they going to have inside the White House tonight? I think 23 Bushes?
28 Bushes tonight.
There were 23 in Blair House last night, I guess, if you count the 5 children and their spouses, the 10 grandchildren, and Mother Dorothy, who is all of 87 and wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Motorcade in all of its majesty, making its way up Pennsylvania Avenue. Now behind schedule, is due to arrive at the Capitol about 5 minutes ago, but who's counting on a day like this? When it arrives there, it will go to what is called the Law Library entrance to the Capitol, and NBC's Bob Kerr is waiting there with a kind of preview of what we can expect. Robert?
Tom, hi. We're up here at the Capitol, and one thing the motorcade can expect is a change in the weather. The wind has really whipped up, and the temperature is falling rather precipitously here. I heard you and Deborah Norville speaking a while ago about the motorcade route and some of the security involving manhole covers. It's more extensive than that. All of the mailboxes, the newspaper boxes, and the trash cans also have been removed over the past couple of days. An obvious problem with security there anticipated, so they wanted to get rid of those for a while. The security in large measure is unprecedented all along and all around the festivities, in that more people will be going through metal detectors getting to these festivities and around the parade route than ever before, in the several thousands. Ronald Reagan leaves office with the highest job rating of any president in the past 30 years. Now, that's one thing George Bush must be thinking about. It must be a time of mixed emotions in that motorcade. 64% of the American people told the latest NBC News poll just this week that they approve of the job that President Reagan has done. Now, in some key ways, that's going to be a very tough act for George Bush to follow in spite of all of the experience he's had leading up to this. And there'll be some key problems he faces to make the job tougher. The deficit that Mr. Bush's party doesn't control either house of Congress here, as the Republicans did for Mr. Reagan's part of his term here. And that the Bush election was not as convincing. It was convincing, but not as overwhelming, I should say, as Mr. Reagan's. But, of course, George Bush is a Washington insider. He presumably knows all the buttons to push, how to maneuver up here at the Capitol. What he may lack, though, is Ronald Reagan's power of persuasion. Very important here. Congressmen have told me that a president is only as powerful here on Capitol Hill as he is popular with the American people. If the senators and congressmen don't sense that the people want what the president wants and want it in a big way, they tend to roll all over a president and establish their own agenda. We're looking right now here on the plaza at the Capitol as the motorcade pulls in. They're pulling up to the east side of the Capitol, the Law Library door. This is where in the past the inaugural ceremony used to take place. But to accommodate bigger crowds, they've moved the ceremony recently over to the west side of the Capitol, where you have, of course, the gorgeous view of the mall and the monuments. You can accommodate bigger crowds, and they've dressed up the west side as they never have before.
Okay, Bob, if we just want to watch, there are some things that really don't even require our description.
You're right.
This is one of those moments as they arrive at the Capitol now. And the transfer of power is now less than an hour away if we stay on schedule, and they can pick it up because there's a kind of a holding room inside here. That's Senator Wendell Ford of Kentucky, who's running the festivities up here on behalf of Congress. The new President of the United States, soon to be.
President Reagan, any words for us today?
Not spending too much time on the attire. As you can see, the president-elect in a business suit. We were told that is just basically his style.
Any last thoughts today? President-elect Bush, any last thoughts for us?
Any last thoughts today is the question. Didn't get much of an answer, but we were told basically that that is the informality is the president-elect's style. That's just the way he chose to go. You'll remember that President Reagan, when he came in 81, wore the tails, the formal suit.
And John Kennedy, who talked about this being a day in which the torch is passed from one generation to another, wore a top hat. The last time that we've seen that.
That's the holding room that Tom alluded to just moments ago, where the principals involved will spend a little time, and then they will make there's Vice President-elect Quayle and Marilyn Quayle, along with Congressman Foley, who is also part of the Joint Congressional Inaugural Committee, again under the guidance of Senator Ford. After they're in that holding room for a period of time, Dan Quayle responded, but we weren't able to hear his response. Tom, before we hit this this commercial break, I managed to dig down in my briefcase and come up with this answer. On Lincoln's first inauguration, March 4, 1861, there were 5 living presidents: Marty Van Buren, John Tyler, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, and James Buchanan. 5 at a time.
And on that occasion, it's worth noting, only one is really remembered in the hearts and minds of the American public, and that is Abraham Lincoln.
Being inaugurated.
With any sense of importance. We'll be back with more of Inauguration 89, the really important part of this day about to come up, the swearing in of George Bush and the farewell of Ronald Reagan to this Capitol. back at the nation's capital now, and George Bush and Mrs. Bush, Ronald and Nancy Reagan, Dan and Marilyn Quayle, they've all arrived there. They're in a holding room before they step out onto the platform for the inaugural ceremonies, including the inaugural speech, of course, by George Bush and the swearing in of George Bush as the 41st President of the United States. He wants to have a kinder, gentler nation, as he puts it, and a lot of people have a lot of ideas on how he can do that. There's former Speaker Thomas P. Tip O'Neill and Nancy Kassebaum, who is a senator from Kansas. She's a Republican. He's a Democrat, kind of Mr. Democrat to a lot of. That's the new Secretary of State, James Baker. We'll be seeing a lot of him. And just behind him is John Tower. Two Texans, there are going to be three in the cabinet altogether because Robert Mosbacher, of course, is from Texas. Baker, Mosbacher, John Tower. Baker and Tower have got the big posts, of course, because state and defense are going to be very powerful jobs. At any rate, a lot of people have a lot of advice for this new president of the United States as he tries to construct a kinder, gentler nation. And throughout the day, we're going to be sharing with you some thoughts of people that are probably pretty familiar. The people.
Mr. President, make this the year you're going to clean up America. Put the White House staff and that of all government agencies on notice that the day they violate any of the ethical codes, it's their last day in government and there be no pardons. Actively support legislation to stop the flood of legalized bribes to Congress in the form of campaign contribution and fees and such from the special interests. Call in the leading firms of Wall Street and ask them to close the casino which Wall Street has become and turn from gambling to their honest business to investment. Appeal to teachers on all levels, from kindergarten to college, above all in professional schools where we train our lawyers, physicians, and executives, that they should include moral education in their program. Above all, set as a role model. You cannot do it all by yourself, but you can lead us all to a more ethical America.
Mr. President, congratulations on winning the White House, and my prayers are with you the next 4 years in governing this nation through these troubled times. I do hope the administration will address key issues that couldn't be addressed extensively during the campaign. First and foremost, drug abuse. Drug abuse, #1 problem in the country, and it's affecting the poor more than others. We understand that it's going to take a campaign from the nation's capital, as well as community partnerships, including all levels of government and every part of the community, public-private partnerships. That's what it's going to be about. It's going to take informed and dedicated leadership, and that's where you come in. You're going to be responsible for making key efforts in this area. Therefore, again, my hopes and prayers are with you to make the right choices, move the nation in the right direction, and I'll do what I can to support any efforts in this respect. Again, God bless you. Good luck.
Speaking of God bless you and messages on to George Bush, we must note that Pope John Paul II has sent a message to the president-elect, gave him an apostolic blessing to the United States on the occasion of the inauguration. So far as we've looked to the differences between Bush and Reagan, we have talked about cooperation rather than confrontation. We've noted the business suit as opposed to the formal attire. We've noted that as opposed to just the president and Mrs. Reagan, this is going to be a White House that's full of children and grandchildren. Certainly there are a number of differences. Let's go over and get John Chancellor's thoughts on whether or not it's going to be a welcome change. What do you think, John?
Well, I think it'll be a big change, Bryant. The New York Times pointed out the other day that while Reagan talked about religion, George Bush went to church. That while Reagan talked about family values, he had problems with his own children, and George Bush has this enormous, loving family. That while Reagan seemed to be everybody's best friend, George Bush actually has thousands of best friends, according to the thank you notes that we've recorded all over the country. But the most interesting thing, I think, about Bush's style is that while Reagan ran against Washington, government was not the solution, it was the problem, he used to say, George Bush has put together a cabinet of insiders, an administration of people who haven't really had to move out of their houses in Washington, D.C. to take on new jobs here. During the campaign, as we all recall, Bush said that the election was not about competence, it was about ideology. But in fact, competence more than ideology has been the main theme of putting together this new Bush administration. And there's one final thought I have about the Bush style. he owes a lot to Ronald Reagan because Reagan took a lot of the mythology out of the presidency. We can remember, most of us, the agonies that LBJ went through during the Vietnam War, the disgrace of Richard Nixon during Watergate, the malaise and fatigue of the Carter administration. And along came Ronald Reagan with a smile and a shoe shine and said, listen, guys, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, knock it off, I'm going off riding. And he made the presidency seem a human office capable of being occupied by a human, not a Superman, not somebody going through agonies. And Bush inherits that from Ronald Reagan, and I think that may be the best gift that Reagan could give to him. Brian?
Okay, thanks very much. One final thing, Tom, before we move it on over, and this one comes as no surprise. One other difference, Marlon Fitzwater says that George Bush will work a longer day than Ronald Reagan. We could have guessed that one.
No apologies from Ronald Reagan about his workday. He did leave behind, however, in a presidential desk in the family quarters, a little note for George Bush. Hidden away, it says, good luck, Mr. President. We'll be back with more of Inauguration 1989 right after this. You're looking at the west front of the Capitol building where the ceremonies will take place very shortly. George Bush will become the President of the United States, and of course the whole family will be looking on. A big part of the success of George Bush is owed to his children who were out there campaigning very hard for him. And NBC's Ken Bodie is at his position at the Capitol this morning. He's been talking with some of the Bush children, boys mostly, but also a daughter who lives up in Maine. Ken?
I'm standing where I am. I could use one of those top hats that John F. Kennedy wore when you and Bryant were talking about a little while ago. I interviewed all 5 of the Bush children, sons and 1 daughter. I asked them, excuse me, I asked them when their father is sworn in as president, when he puts his hand on that Bible, what are they going to call him? And what will the grandkids call him?
Gampy. Yeah, just like I'll call him Dad. And it's not Mr. President or any of that.
Jeb Bush.
Gampy.
Not Mr. President, huh?
Not with a straight face.
Dorothy, they call her Doro, says her 4-year-old son Sam is underwhelmed by the idea that Grandpa will be president.
Yeah, could care less. So, I mean, he's too young to kind of, I mean, it's still Gampy, you know. I mean, he's talking about opening up Gampy's drawer, the one that Gampy won't let him open, and going through it and pulling out all the good stuff. And that's all he cares about.
On Sunday, the family will sit around the White House watching the Super Bowl and celebrating Neil's 34th birthday.
So it's going to be exciting. We're looking forward to some popcorn, maybe a beer if it's okay to have one in the White House, and we're going to watch the football game on Sunday.
You'll be going to church, though.
It's first church, but the football game's later.
When you read about some of the tough things that are said about your father, do you ever think to yourself, well, I'd like to reach for the telephone and tell that son of a gun what I think of it?
Yeah, you know what I used to do during the campaign? I would go, I'd get in the shower, and I'd, like, rehearse. If I saw that fellow who said that, or that woman who said that, I was like, I had the perfect answer for him right in the shower. Just like, I gave it to him right in the shower, and then I got it, and then I felt better.
How about you, Jeb? When you see your dad put his hand on that Bible to take the oath of office, what are you going to be going through your mind? You're going to be able to hear your heart in your ears?
He is going to be holding the most important position in the world, not just this country, but the world. People all around the world will be looking to George Bush to offer hope for them or solve their problems, and the pressures on him will be enormous, and it's kind of a scary thought.
I can't even imagine. I can't imagine. It's going to be awesome.
I know. I'm trying not to think about it because I know I'll just lose it. I mean, all the emotion will come. But it's going to be just such an incredible moment that, you know, but we're a very teary family, so I'm sure most of us will be crying, and we cry at really happy times.
You know, to think there are 250 million Americans, one guy gets to stand up every 4 years and take the oath, and it's going to be our dad. You know, it kind of brings tears a little bit to my eyes now just thinking about it.
It's going to be hard to describe. I can't figure it out yet. There'll be a lot of love. I know that.
You the kind of person who's liable to hear your heart throbbing in your own ears?
You bet. You bet. Particularly when that guy's standing up there. I haven't seen what he went through to get there.
The extended Bush clan has a whole hotel reserved here in Washington. I asked them how many relatives there were, and George W. told me, well, we used to think it was about 200, but this week it seems to have grown to 2,000. Bryant?
All right, Ken, we understand that George was tingling all over at the family breakfast, too, and we are watching at the Capitol. You can see emerging from the holding room there, Mrs. Barbara Bush, Mrs. Marilyn Quayle being escorted to their positions on the platform outside the Capitol, where their husbands within the hour will be taking the oaths of office. Interesting, it's hard not to admire the Bush children. I think any of us who try to raise a family properly just sit in how I wouldn't say awe, but he must feel very, very proud. His 5 youngsters have turned out very stable. They are all good young people, and many of us will remember talking to them following Iowa when their dad had taken a defeat, and they were very calm about it. They said, hey, we're going to go to New Hampshire, do our best, and if it doesn't work out, then it doesn't work out, but we're going to do our best.
All right, the president-elect and the vice president-elect are due out shortly, along with Ronald Reagan. We'll be back with that right after this. The faces of America assembled on the west front of the White House, of the Capitol, awaiting the arrival of Ronald Reagan and George Bush and Dan Quayle. The transfer of power about to take place. Members of the diplomatic corps are invited as well today. And members of the U.S. Supreme Court are there in the background. You see Sandra Day O'Connor on the right-hand side of your screen. Justice Byron Whizzer-White just coming into view with the glasses.
Justice O'Connor will be giving the oath of office to Dan Quayle. You got to wonder if Marilyn Quayle had something to do with that. Tradition has it the Chief Justice gives it, but Marilyn Quayle has said that Sandra Day O'Connor is her role model, and she will be giving the oath to Dan Quayle.
A lot of people are not yet able to take their place on the lawn because they have to pass through metal screening devices for security purposes, and they're not able to get through there quickly enough.
Yes, I do. I hear you fine.
You see the Chief Justice, Rehnquist.
Antonin Scalia, Warren Burger coming down, yes.
Warren Burger, who's been invited back, the former Chief Justice of the United States.
Okay.
We can hear Andrea Mitchell in the background. Let's go to her. Andrea?
Hi, Bryant. I have the best seat of all today. I am only about 30 yards from where the president-elect will be sworn in. I'm standing amidst the Senate, right by the Bush family and the cabinet designees. With me is Senator Daniel Moynihan. Senator Moynihan, any thoughts about what the Bush presidency is likely to be now that we've seen how he's been behaving during this transition?
Very different from what we've had, and we're all very proud of him and happy for him today and looking forward to these next 4 years.
I should tell you, Bryant, I don't know if you can pick him out in the crowd, but Senator Moynihan is one of the few gentlemen today who is wearing a Homburg, and very distinguished it is.
We were admiring that, Andrea. We don't know if it's going to equal the run on Homburgs that was started some time ago, but go ahead.
Bryant, up here, I should tell you also, taking a page from Willard's book, it's gotten very chilly. The front seems to have moved in just about the past hour, and right now I understand that the First Ladies are coming out.
Yes, Andrea, we're seeing Marilyn Quayle on the right, in the hat, Barbara Bush, bareheaded. Keep your eye on Barbara Bush. She likes to say hello to her friends and greet the people along the way. She has an absolutely sunny disposition. All the bitterness, all the charges of the campaign wash away on a day like this, when this nation does come together.
see some of George Bush's sons there. That is,
and I think that that's his mother.
Neil, right?
Sure does.
Yes.
Dorothy Bush, who has appeared. Now through the...
President Reagan wearing a top coat.
They changed him into that. I think that probably wisdom dictates that on a day like today. I'll tell you, I don't think that for a man his age, he looks 8 years older than he did when he arrived.
No, he has worn the office well.
Got an extraordinary physical bearing. I remember a person who was not at all an admirer of Ronald Reagan talking about when he stepped off the plane from California to come to Washington, and he was dressed very much like that. And she said, who could not be captivated by that regal appearance of Ronald Reagan all those days? And Hollywood, in his own innate sense of dignity, have served him well. Mrs. Reagan, it can be reliably reported, has not been happy with recent stories comparing Mrs. Bush's more down-home style to her more majestic style, more regal style in the White House. Her friends have said to her, oh, don't let that bother you. You've had a terrific run of 8 years, but it's bothered her.
We should note that two of the Bush children this morning, George and Neil, were on and tried to diffuse that a great deal when asked comparisons. Basically said they thought that Nancy Reagan had done a wonderful job and that people should just let her go on out west and live her days, that she had done her job and that comparisons were worthless. We might add that the area they are marching through when they come out of that holding room before they take up their positions on the platform outside the Capitol is the crypt area, which is immediately below the rotunda. And here comes the president.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States and Mrs. Reagan.
Hail to the chief. Senate and House doorkeepers escorting them to their places. Eight years ago, the transfer of power from Jimmy Carter to Ronald Reagan was a day of enormous tension and anticipation, the day that the Americans were released from captivity in Iran. Mrs. Reagan was asked what she'll miss. She said, well, Air Force One, for one thing. I don't blame her for that.
Well, she'll actually get one more ride on it, although it will not be designated as Air Force One. It will be the same aircraft. It'll have a special designation. It'll be called SAM, a special acronym for Special Air Mission, with a very special cargo. It'll be dropped off in California, where I understand it'll be met by Mayor Tom Bradley and a number of celebrities. There'll be a brief reception, then they'll proceed to their Bel Air home.
Fur coats to stocking caps in the audience.
What relief and satisfaction he's got to feel on a day like this. He's close to going home. He's never made a secret of it. He loves California.
That's right.
And he can't wait to get back.
Well, he did say that he was going to be speaking out a lot. Here we go. Dan Quayle, Tom Foley from the House, and George Mitchell, two Democrats from the Mitchell, of course, from the Senate. Passed through the bowels of the U.S. Capitol, where Dan Quayle has served in both the House and in the Senate. 41 years old. He's very much aware of the attention that is being focused on him with the overriding question, is he up to the job of being just a heartbeat away?
For the record, he will not be giving a speech from the platform, but he does have a speech set for tomorrow night at a dinner in his honor, and it is being said that he is viewing that as his inaugural speech. And certainly there'll be a great deal of attention paid to that.
Been a mercurial rise, Dan Quayle. A lot of people see him as the quintessential modern television candidate. He knocked off a powerful member of Congress in his home state, then took on Birch Bayh and defeated him, one of the liberal giants in the Senate at that time. Was reelected again by the greatest margin in Indiana, and then was tapped, to the surprise of almost everyone in the political establishment, to run with George Bush, and survived a tumultuous campaign.
And it should be noted that, much to his credit, he was willing to take on some powerful people within the Reagan administration when he co-authored the Job Training Partnership Act back in 1982, something, a bit of work that did not endear him to either the president or his staff, but certainly no strained relations today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States.
Dan Quayle, only a couple of weeks removed from his 42nd birthday. Married to Marilyn Quayle, 3 children, Tucker, Benjamin, Corrine, and yes, they are excited about moving into the Vice President's residence, which we understand will be ready in about a month. They're making considerable changes to accommodate the youngsters.
He has a large client here as well from Indiana. His family, of course, very prominent there, newspaper publishers, among other things, and Mrs. Quayle's family. Fixtures in Indiana for a long time, and they've all come because this is a big moment for them, for Hoosiers as well.
Can I add, Tom, that he's a 6 handicap?
I thought that I might hear that. Now listen, Mr. Gumbel, you have played golf as well with the man who's about to become the President of the United States. He's a good athlete. I've seen him play tennis. Is he a good golfer?
He's, you know, when you watch him play, you can tell that he has played a great deal. In other words, he's been playing a long time. Golf happens to be a kind of game you have to play a lot on a consistent basis in order to stay sharp, and his game is not sharp, but he is very competitive, and he knows what he's doing out there.
And the book on Dan Quayle is Long Off the Green. Like a lot of people can't putt.
Can't putt, but he can play. He can play. He'll bring it in under 80.
John Chancellor, you've been watching all of this. Some thoughts?
Well, Tom, it seems to me that we do this in public, and it's a really remarkable thing for a country the size and power of the United States to be able to transfer power this easily. You see the great wheel of the Constitution moving here, and it really is an ennobling thing to see that this country has always transferred power, even when we've had terrible problems with presidents, in a respectable and a decent and a constitutional way. And I just think it's a terrific moment for all of us every 4 years or every 8 years to see this transfer, this orderly, decent, civilized, constitutional transfer of power. Many other countries have never been able to achieve this. Some of them are not young countries either. Look at the Soviet Union, some of the other countries, where it's done in the dark, in the middle of the night. And we set this in motion 200 years ago, and there you see it today on your screens. We're all participating, and it is a moment of considerable nobility.
Very well said. Couldn't agree more. And it's done in the bright sunshine of Washington, D.C., and all that the Constitution encompasses. The weather forecast is changing, however. It's now 43 degrees out there, and the winds are picking up. The temperature will drop into the high 30s by parade time, we're told. No precipitation is anticipated, although we have a heavy cloud cover over the Capitol. Yesterday was absolutely spring-like here. People were looking for the crocuses. The flags that you see in the background represent the current flags in 1789, 200 years ago, when George Washington was inaugurated. On the right, in 1889 as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States.
A lot of Texans up there today. George Bush, of course, claims Texas is his voting residence. He has House Speaker Jim Wright just off to his left, who is from Texas. Well-known adversaries. But Mark Russell says about George Bush, he'll tell you he's a Texan, although he's got those Eastern ways, eating lots of barbecue with a sauce called Bernays. Andrea Mitchell, right in the middle of it all.
Great vantage point. You know, I was talking earlier to Jonathan Bush, the president-elect's brother, who said that they had breakfast this morning and that George Bush was tingling, that they were walking around the room, not sitting down at breakfast, just pacing the room, talking, sharing memories, and looking forward to great expectations. This scene here, by the way, you're right, it is getting quite cold. Not as cold, obviously, as previous inaugurals, but it is bitter and there is quite a bit of wind. This is such a happy scene because these are all friends and family, and of course the many admirers.
Mr. Vice President and my fellow Americans, on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, welcome to the bicentennial presidential inauguration. It's now my pleasure to present for the invocation the Reverend Billy Graham. Will everyone please rise?
Save the lights, please. Jim, I'm taking. Yeah.
Shall we pray? Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. We recognize on this historic occasion that we are a nation under God. This faith in God is our foundation and our heritage. Thou hast warned us in the Holy Scriptures, if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? We confess that we're in danger of destroying some of those foundations. For at times our faith in thee has faltered, and we've chosen to go our own way rather than the way that thou wouldst have us go, both as individuals and as a nation. Forgive us, we pray, as we turn to thee in repentance and faith. Restore us to thyself and create within us a desire to follow thy will for all our lives. As George Washington reminded us in his farewell address, morality and faith are the pillars of our society. May we never forget that. The scripture also says, promotion comes not from the east nor from the west, but from thee. We acknowledge thy divine help in the selection of our leadership each 4 years. We recognize, O Lord, that in thy sovereignty, thou hast permitted Ronald Reagan to lead us for the past 8 years. We pray that as he and his wife, Nancy, leave the White House and go to the West Coast, that thou wouldst give them many more years of health and happiness. And now we come to a new era in our history. In thy sovereignty, thou hast permitted George Bush to lead us at this momentous hour of our history for the next 4 years. As he today places his hand upon the Bible and solemnly swears before thee to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, give him the wisdom, integrity, and courage to help this become a nation that is gentle and kind. Protect him from physical danger, and in the lonely moments of decision, grant him thy wisdom to know what is morally right and an uncompromising courage to do it. Give him a cool head and a warm heart. Give him a compassion for those in physical, moral, and spiritual need. O God, we consecrate today George Herbert Walker Bush to the presidency of these United States with the assurance that from this hour on, as he and his family move into the White House, they will have the presence and the power of the one who said, I will never leave thee nor forsake thee. We pray that thou wilt bless his wife Barbara and his children as they stand at his side, and his mother who is here today. And what we pray for President Bush, we also pray for Vice President James Danforth Quayle and his wife Marilyn and their children. We pray as well for the members of the cabinet, the Congress, the courts, and all others whom thou hast entrusted with positions of leadership. We pray that the spiritual tide that many of us have sensed running in this nation may continue. As we read our newspapers and watch our television screens, it seems that evil is getting worse. But we thank thee for the millions of people that pray daily and go to church and synagogue on the weekends. We believe that this is the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. All this we pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
It's now my special pleasure to introduce the Harlan Boys Choir from Harlan, Kentucky, under the direction of Mr. David Davies. They will sing "This Is My Country."
This is my own, my native land.
It is now my pleasure to present my distinguished colleague, the Honorable Ted Stevens, Senator of Alaska, to introduce the Vice Presidential Oath and the Presidential Oath. Senator Stevens.
Thank you, Chairman Ford, for your many courtesies. President and Mrs. Reagan, Vice President Mrs. Bush, fellow citizens. The Vice President-elect will take his oath of office as his wife, Marilyn Tucker Quayle, holds the Quayle family Bible. Their children, Tucker, Benjamin, and Corinne, will join them. The Vice President-elect has asked a gracious lady, the first woman to sit on the highest court of our land, to administer his oath of office. It is my honor to present now the distinguished Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, the Honorable Sandra Day O'Connor, who will administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect, James Danforth Quayle.
I, James Danforth Quayle.
I, James Danforth Quayle.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend.
That I will support and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
That I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
At the new Vice President of the United States and his family, Douglas Kiker, is down in the crowd with some very proud Hoosiers who've come here for this occasion. Douglas?
We're here with Mr. and Mrs. James Davis from Frankfort, Indiana. Mr. Davis, Mr. Quayle was perceived this fall as being inexperienced and rather naive. What, you people elected him. Is he going to make a good vice president?
He's going to make an excellent vice president. We elected him senator twice from Indiana, and I have the utmost confidence in him.
What about you, Mrs. Davis?
Oh, I do. I think he's excellent, and the whole family.
Well, you know, with the two-term amendment, he has a pretty good shot at getting the presidential nomination when Mr. Bush steps down. What sort of president would he make?
I think he'd be excellent. He'd be an asset to Indiana and, of course, an asset to the United States. I have the utmost confidence in his ability. He's a gentleman. He has a nice family, and his wife's a very nice, gracious lady.
Thank you very much. Mr. and Mrs. James Davis from Frankfort, Indiana. Tom?
Thank you, Douglas. This is Sergeant Albie Powell. I don't need to tell you what the song is.
Let us all be grateful for land so fair as we raise our voices in a solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam, God bless us.
God bless America, my home, sweet home. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Powell. President Reagan, Vice President and Mrs. Quayle, fellow Americans. The wife of the President-elect, Barbara Bush, will hold the Bible first used at the inauguration of President George Washington, together with the Bush Bible. With us today is the President-elect's mother, Mrs. Prescott Bush. George, Jeb, Neil, Marvin, and Dorothy, with their families, join their father and mother on this platform. It is now my great privilege and high honor to present the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable William Hobbs Rehnquist, who will administer the oath of office to the President-elect of the United States, George Herbert Walker Bush.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, George Herbert Walker Bush, do solemnly swear.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
And will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Commander-in-Chief, a new President of the United States, and a 21-gun salute being fired off nearby. And now the inaugural address of George Herbert Walker Bush.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chief Justice. Hey, Jack. Danny. Mr. Chief Justice. Mr. President. Vice President Quayle. Senator Mitchell, Speaker Wright, Senator Dole, Congressman Michael, and fellow citizens, neighbors, and friends. There is a man here who has earned a lasting place in our hearts and in our history. President Reagan, on behalf of our nation, I thank you for the wonderful things that you have done for America. I've just repeated, word for word, the oath taken by George Washington 200 years ago. And the Bible on which I placed my hand is the Bible on which he placed his. It is right that the memory of Washington be with us today, not only because this is our bicentennial inauguration, but because Washington remains the father of our country. And he would, I think, be gladdened by this day, for today is the concrete expression of a stunning fact: our continuity these 200 years since our government began. We meet on democracy's front porch, a good place to talk as neighbors and as friends. For this is a day when our nation is made whole, when our differences for a moment are suspended. And my first act as president is a prayer. And I ask you to bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we bow our heads and thank you for your love. Accept our thanks for the peace that yields this day and the shared faith that makes its continuance likely. Make us strong to do your work, willing to heed and hear your will, and write on our hearts these words: use power to help people. For we are given power not to advance our own purposes, nor to make a great show in the world, nor a name. There is but one just use of power, and it is to serve people. Help us remember, Lord. Amen. I come before you and assume the presidency at a moment rich with promise. We live in a peaceful, prosperous time, but we can make it better. For a new breeze is blowing, and a world refreshed by freedom seems reborn. For in man's heart, if not in fact, the day of the dictator is over. The totalitarian era is passing. Its old ideas blown away like leaves from an ancient, lifeless tree. A new breeze is blowing, and a nation, refreshed by freedom, stands ready to push on. There's new ground to be broken and new action to be taken. There are times when the future seems thick as a fog. You sit and wait, hoping the mist will lift and reveal the right path. But this is a time when the future seems a door you can walk right through into a room called tomorrow. Great nations of the world are moving toward democracy through the door to freedom. Men and women of the world move toward free markets through the door to prosperity. The people of the world agitate for free expression and free thought through the door to the moral and intellectual satisfactions that only liberty allows. We know what works. Freedom works. We know what's right. Freedom is right. We know how to secure a more just and prosperous life for man on earth through free markets, free speech, free elections, and the exercise of free will unhampered by the state. For the first time in this century, for the first time in perhaps all history, man does not have to invent a system by which to live. We don't have to talk late into the night about which form of government is better. We don't have to wrest justice from the kings. We only have to summon it from within ourselves. We must act on what we know. I take as my guide the hope of a saint. In crucial things, unity. In important things, diversity. In all things, generosity. America today is a proud, free nation, decent and civil, a place we cannot help but love. We know in our hearts, not loudly and proudly, but as a simple fact, that this country has meaning beyond what we see, and that our strength is a force for good. But have we changed as a nation, even in our time? Are we enthralled with material things, less appreciative of the nobility of work and sacrifice? My friends, we are not the sum of our possessions. They are not the measure of our lives. In our hearts, we know what matters. We cannot hope only to leave our children a bigger car, a bigger bank account. We must hope to give them a sense of what it means to be a loyal friend, a loving parent, a citizen who leaves his home, his neighborhood, and town better than he found it. And what do we want the men and women who work with us to say when we're no longer there? That we were more driven to succeed than anyone around us? Or that we stopped to ask if a sick child had gotten better and stayed a moment there to trade a word of friendship? No president, no government can teach us to remember what is best in what we are. But if the man you have chosen to lead this government can help make a difference, if he can celebrate the quieter, deeper successes that are made not of gold and silk, but of better hearts and finer souls, if he can do these things, then he must. America is never wholly herself unless she is engaged in high moral principle. We as a people have such a purpose today. It is to make kinder the face of the nation and gentler the face of the world. My friends, we have work to do. There are the homeless, lost and roaming. There are the children who have nothing, no love, no normalcy. There are those who cannot free themselves of enslavement to whatever addiction, drugs, welfare, the demoralization that rules the slums. There is crime to be conquered, the rough crime of the streets. There are young women to be helped. We're about to become mothers of children they can't care for and might not love. They need our care, our guidance, and our education, though we bless them for choosing life. The old solution, the old way, was to think that public money alone could end these problems. But we have learned that that is not so. And in any case, our funds are low. We have a deficit to bring down. We have more will than wallet, but will is what we need. We will make the hard choices, looking at what we have, perhaps allocating it differently, making our decisions based on honest need and prudent safety. And then we will do the wisest thing of all. We will turn to the only resource we have that in times of need always grows, the goodness and the courage of the American people. And I am speaking of a new engagement in the lives of others, a new activism, hands-on and involved, that gets the job done. We must bring in the generations, harnessing the unused talent of the elderly and the unfocused energy of the young. For not only leadership is passed from generation to generation, but so is stewardship. And the generation born after the Second World War has come of age. I've spoken of 1,000 points of light, of all the community organizations that are spread like stars throughout the nation doing good. We will work hand in hand, encouraging, sometimes leading, sometimes being led, rewarding. We will work on this in the White House, in the cabinet agencies. I will go to the people and the programs that are the brighter points of light, and I'll ask every member of my government to become involved. The old ideas are new again because they're not old. They are timeless. Duty, sacrifice, commitment, and a patriotism that finds its expression in taking part and pitching in. And we need a new engagement, too, between the executive and the Congress. The challenges before us will be thrashed out with the House and the Senate. And we must bring the federal budget into balance. And we must ensure that America stands before the world united, strong, at peace, and fiscally sound. But of course, things may be difficult. We need compromise. We've had dissension. We need harmony. We've had a chorus of discordant voices. For Congress, too, has changed in our time. There's grown a certain divisiveness. We've seen the hard looks and heard the statements in which not each other's ideas are challenged, but each other's motives. And our great parties have too often been far apart and untrusting of each other. It's been this way since Vietnam. That war cleaves us still. But friends, that war began in earnest a quarter of a century ago. And surely the statute of limitations has been reached. This is a fact. The final lesson of Vietnam is that no great nation can long afford to be sundered by a memory. A new breeze is blowing, and the old bipartisanship must be made new again. To my friends, and yes, I do mean friends, in the loyal opposition, and yes, I mean loyal, I put out my hand. I'm putting out my hand to you, Mr. Speaker. I'm putting out my hand to you, Mr. Majority Leader. For this is the thing. This is the age of the offered hand, and we can't turn back clocks, and I don't want to. But when our fathers were young, Mr. Speaker, our differences ended at the water's edge, and we don't wish to turn back time. But when our mothers were young, Mr. Majority Leader, the Congress and the executive were capable of working together to produce a budget on which this nation could live. Let us negotiate soon and hard, but in the end, let us produce. The American people await action. They didn't send us here to bicker. They ask us to rise above the merely partisan. In crucial things, unity. And this, my friends, is crucial. To the world, too, we offer new engagement and a renewed vow. We will stay strong to protect the peace. The offered hand is a reluctant fist, once made strong and can be used with great effect. There are today Americans who are held against their will in foreign lands, and Americans who are unaccounted for. Assistance can be shown here and will be long remembered. Goodwill begets goodwill. Good faith can be a spiral that endlessly moves on. Great nations, like great men, must keep their word. When America says something, America means it, whether a treaty or an agreement or a vow made on marble steps. We will always try to speak clearly, for candor is a compliment, but subtlety too is good and has its place. while keeping our alliances and friendships around the world strong, ever strong, we will continue the new closeness with the Soviet Union, consistent both with our security and with progress. One might say that our new relationship in part reflects the triumph of hope and strength over experience. But hope is good, and so is strength and vigilance. Here today are tens of thousands of our citizens who feel the understandable satisfaction of those who have taken part in democracy and seen their hopes fulfilled. But my thoughts have been turning the past few days to those who would be watching at home, to an older fellow who will throw a salute by himself when the flag goes by, and the woman who will tell her sons the words of the battle hymns. I don't mean this to be sentimental. I mean that on days like this, we remember that we are all part of a continuum, inescapably connected by the ties that bind. Our children are watching in schools throughout our great land, and to them I say, thank you for watching democracy's big day. For democracy belongs to us all, and freedom is like a beautiful kite that can go higher and higher with the breeze. And to all I say, no matter what your circumstances or where you are part of this day. You are part of the life of our great nation. A president is neither prince nor pope, and I don't seek a window on men's souls. In fact, I yearn for a greater tolerance, an easygoingness about each other's attitudes and way of life. There are few clear areas in which we as a society must rise up united and express our intolerance. The most obvious now is drugs. And when that first cocaine was smuggled in on a ship, it may as well have been a deadly bacteria, so much as it hurt the body, the soul of our country. And there is much to be done and to be said. But take my word for it, this scourge will stop. And so there is much to do. And tomorrow the work begins, and I do not mistrust the future. I do not fear what is ahead, for our problems are large, but our heart is larger. Our challenges are great, but our will is greater. And if our flaws are endless, God's love is truly boundless. Some see leadership as high drama and the sound of trumpets calling, and sometimes it is that. But I see history as a book with many pages, and each day we fill a page with acts of hopefulness and meaning. The new breeze blows, page turns, the story unfolds, and so today a chapter begins. A small and stately story of unity, diversity, and generosity, shared and written together. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
President George Bush, the first speech of his administration, plain talk from what he described as the front porch of democracy, saying goodbye to his predecessor and benefactor, Ronald Reagan.
Tom, he's going to have to be careful on the heels of what he did in New Orleans and the one he just gave. He may get rid of that image that he can't give a good speech. He did quite well with it.
He said beforehand there would be no catchphrases, no new frontier, for example. But he did repeatedly say that there is a new breeze blowing. Whether the country can rally behind a breeze remains to be seen.
Well, we had heard that he was going to ask for the politics of inclusion, and indeed he did. A new activism, a new engagement in the lives of others, a yearning for greater tolerance. It's funny, he started out actually giving praise to Ronald Reagan, and yet the 20 minutes of the speech was basically a rejection of everything that the Reagan years had been about.
So many of the people who have come here to celebrate the inauguration of George Bush are people who have prospered in the last 8 years in material ways, and they've come with their limousines and their private airplanes and their fur coats and their fancy hotel suites and their 3 and 4 homes and country club memberships, and yet he said to them today, set aside your material possessions. That's not a measurement of a man or a woman's worth.
It's interesting, we had heard...
Please remain standing for the benediction by Reverend Billy Graham, and remain standing for the singing of our national anthem by Staff Sergeant Alvy Powell.
Billy Graham is 70 years old.
Shall we pray? Our Father, we thank Thee for this great day in the history of democracy. May it touch the whole world. And now may the Lord bless Thee and keep Thee. The Lord make His face to shine upon Thee and be gracious unto Thee. The Lord lift up His countenance upon Thee and give Thee peace. Amen.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight, oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I was going to say that one of the things we're going to be watching for as the reactions come in. We had heard in advance that if this speech was going to be criticized, the criticism was going to come from the right because it wouldn't be macho enough. Certainly there wasn't anything macho about that speech. It was, as you noted, plain talk and asking for a new form of volunteerism, a greater extension of the heart.
He did begin the process of healing with Congress, speaking directly to the House Speaker, to the Senate Majority Leader. He spoke specifically of the issues that trouble so many Americans, the homeless, children, drugs in our society. He promised to be candid, to be George Bush, a man of the people. No airs, no pretensions. He also said that he would be tolerant of attitudes and the beliefs of other people, which will come as a surprise to some of the Dukakis people who their heads banged around by George Bush because of their liberalism, their Harvard roots, their ties to the ACLU. But as he kept pointing out, he did that because he wanted to win the campaign. And those who know him best say that this is the true George Bush, the man that we've heard here today.
Well, you think, too, about the economic tone 8 years ago and what a contrast this is from Reagan when President Reagan came in and was talking about how we could get the economy booming and boom times were ahead. And George Bush put it plain and simple. He says, we have more will than wallet. We're strapped. We got problems here. They are going to go up into the rotunda, and shortly they will be bidding goodbye to President and Mrs. Reagan, who will be making that one last flight aboard the equipment that is now Air Force One, but will, as we noted, have a special designation. That should be a very sentimental moment.
I think we'll get to see Ronald Reagan give a salute, and there have been reports, of course, that this time the Commander-in-Chief will salute back. That is, that George Bush will salute him back. George Bush has here with him, by the way, members of his old naval squadron and members of the crew of that submarine that plucked him out of the waters in the Pacific when he was shot down during World War II. One of those people on board that submarine at that time had a home movie camera. Never understanding, of course, that someday it might be used in a campaign for President of the United States, but it sure didn't hurt. And so they're here, and a lot of policemen are here from around the...
Vice President, come on. Come on, Dan. We're waiting for you all.
We think we are. We are, because Jack said so.
I couldn't make that out, could you?
He said to Dan Quayle, come on, Dan, we're waiting for you. Vice President was trailing just slightly behind. They're going up there and then out to the east front of the Capitol. And they'll be passing through, I think, John Dancy, are they coming through your area in the rotunda?
Yes, Tom, we expect them to come through the rotunda of the Capitol here. They're walking up the steps just toward us here. We're waiting about 30 feet in front of them. They're expected to pass through the rotunda and out to the east front of the Capitol, which is directly opposite the west front, where the President-elect, now President Bush, took the oath of office. It is there that he is scheduled to see President-elect President Reagan off. The president will then go down the steps to the east front plaza, board the helicopter. The helicopter will make one last sweep over Washington, around the Capitol and down the mall, so that the president can take a look at it one more time before they head off to Andrews Air Force Base. And Mr. Reagan will then get aboard what used to be called Air Force One, now today will be called Executive One. It is still, of course, the same plane. It is simply designated differently this time around. They've paused down the steps from us for some picture taking. We see strobes going off just below us there, and we expect them to move on up the steps and into the rotunda shortly. Here come the first elements of the new president's party into the rotunda now.
John Chancellor, we've watched a number of these together, and you've watched a lot of them over the years. What were your thoughts today as you watched George Bush speak to the country?
Tom, I thought that as an inaugural address, it was notable for its lack of specifics. He seemed to be saying more than anything else, trust me. You have elected me, trust me. Let's get along together in a country that is less materialistic. But he gave no specifics and made no commitments. I thought the interesting line that the president, now President Bush, seen there on your screen, said is that history is not always high drama. And this address was not high drama today.
No, I think that what he's trying to do, John, and we've been hearing this from the people around him, is to kind of lower expectations about 100 days of achievements and going after a lot of milestones. He thinks that there's lots of hard work in the trenches, if you will, political work, for the White House and for Congress, beginning with the deficit. And he didn't want to kid anybody that we're going to be able to start off in some new ventures until we get that resolved. These other matters will have to be taken care of by hands-on activism and the volunteerism that is now taking root, really, around the country.
Yes, Tom, and also I'm sure you noticed that he wants a more cooperative political relationship between the executive branch and the congressional branch. And that's
John,
very much, that's characteristic of this administration. It's an insiders group.
Yeah, John, we want to go back to the rotunda because there's some remarkable sights there. House Speaker Jim Wright and Ronald Reagan saying goodbye to each other. There is no love lost there whatsoever. John Dancy is in the statue in the rotunda. John? Well, I can see John Dancy, but I can't hear him.
The president and Mrs. Reagan stopping to say goodbye to friends here in the rotunda. Mrs. Reagan with Senator Ted Stevens of Alaska. And now moving out to the east front of the Capitol, Mrs. Reagan giving Vice President Dan Quayle a kiss on the cheek. And now Mrs. Quayle, undoubtedly wishing them the best of luck in their new life here in Washington. They're now moving out to the east front of the Capitol, where the president will say goodbye to President Reagan, and he'll board his helicopter and leave.
As you can see, the President and Mrs. Reagan bidding their goodbyes on the steps of the Capitol. I understand Bob Kerr has a position just outside there. Bob, you got us?
Yes, Bryant, this promises to be one of the most, if not the most, emotional moment of the day.
Bob Kerr, let's once again just kind of watch this unfold.
I agree, Tom. That's what I'm doing.
Carry on. I think that's one of the Secret Service agents. And these people, of course, are so close to the first family. Nice moment. An exchange of salutes from these two men, roughly the same generation, both having served in World War II, Bush in combat. Ronald Reagan so loved the military, having worked on training films, and yet during the 8 years that he was president, commander-in-chief, did so much to restore the pride of the military in itself. And of course, he did a great deal for the Pentagon budget. More than $1 trillion in that budget. The president flies in as a helicopter called Marine One, but
Marine One.
But I don't know what it is now that Ronald Reagan isn't there, no longer president. We've got to keep changing all these designations. This is such a familiar sight of the Reagan years, and Ronald and Mrs. Reagan walking to the helicopter, reporters shouting their questions, the president raising his hands or cupping his ear and saying just exactly what he wanted to say.
The plan is for Marine One to get aloft and circle. We had heard once, we had heard twice, but very briefly, and then proceed on out to Andrews, and then directly on out to California.
There will be a fair amount of crop wash when it lifts off, even from the distance that the president and vice president are standing. On board going back today to California will be, among others, Stuart Spencer, who ran the Dan Quayle campaign this time and ran Ronald Reagan's first campaign, 1966, the governor of California, an old and canny hand at this business of getting Ronald Reagan and Republicans elected. And He's been invited to ride out there today, among other close personal and political friends of the first family. The question is whether Ronald Reagan will, as he promises, speak out about some issues that he feels strongly about. The line item veto for presidents of the United States. He thinks that a president ought to be able to go into a budget and say, I don't like that, I'm going to veto it, and you're going to have to override it. Also the 22nd Amendment.
I was going to say, limiting a president to 2 terms, it's always been his conviction that the American people should be able to elect whoever they want for as many times as they want. Catch the moment. Was Mrs. Quayle's hat a casualty just there of the wash?
It might have been. Ronald Reagan circles the nation's capital. He'll be able to look down on a city that has had its pride restored, the American spirit revived in many ways, but he's also looking down on a city in which the problem of the homeless is visible to every visitor here, where in too many neighborhoods there is far too much violence, almost all of it drug-related. Many of the street corners in the poor neighborhoods, little more than open-air markets for crack and cocaine and hard drugs. It's a city of contradictions, as we say, of triumphs and achievements, disappointments, but also failures.
As he rides off, a little bit of foreign reaction. Pravda on Ronald Reagan's leaving credits him with becoming more of a realist in his terms. The Japan Times, we are told, calls him a man of the decade. And the other end of the spectrum, too, in Nicaragua, they're planning street parties to celebrate his departure. Trivia buffs may be interested in noting that we get word that his last official act was to sign a letter to Margaret Thatcher, a simple thank you note.
There'll be a congressional luncheon now in Statuary Hall in the Capitol. The Reagans wing their way toward Andrews Air Force Base. The new president and vice president, Lee Atwater there. You just barely see him. You'll be seeing a lot of him. He's a sharpshooting Republican National Committee chairman who's going to have a rhythm and blues and R&B party here tomorrow night, which he's going to play. Joe Cocker, among others.
He's a pretty good player.
Yeah.
He used to play, I think his band used to be called the Upsetters Review back in his youth. According to him, he used to back up Percy Sledge, Sam and Dave, a few others. I'm not sure if he's gilding the lily a little bit at that point, but he can play a little bit.
Well, down south, they say for a white man, he knows what he's doing when he gets up there on that stage. So
we'll see tomorrow.
We'll find out tomorrow night. He's got a big concert here tomorrow night. It was sold out within 4 hours. We'll be back with more of these festivities on inaugural 1989 right after this.
Back in Washington, the inaugural lunch is getting set to get started inside, and Ronald Reagan is aboard, now former President Ronald Reagan, is aboard Marine One on his way to Andrews Air Force Base. You can see George Bush there, now President Bush, signing the official papers inside.
That's right. Those are the documents for the cabinet members that he's signing there. Signs, we don't want to forget that on a day like today. You have to say, 6 months in, oh, Mr. President, by the way, didn't now.
Speaking of cabinet members, there are all kinds of nice moments you get on a day like this. We just had one passed along to us in his last report to Ronald Reagan, General Colin Powell, his NSC advisor. Very simply put, the world is quiet today, Mr. President. End of quote. Nice note. As that business continues, and as we await the former president's arrival at Andrews Air Force Base, we are going to go out there for that departure. You can see President Bush handing out some of the pens, and there's the scene out at Andrews. Again, the aircraft is Air Force One, but it has a special designation for this flight, Special Air Mission, designated SAM, which will carry the President and former President and Mrs. Reagan and a small party, and we can see Marine One.
It's about 45 minutes by car to Andrews Air Force Base, which is just outside of Washington, as you know.
We don't want to miss a moment of that, but just before it lands, let's see if we can get in some more letters to President Reagan from some of the youngsters that we had asked to pass a message along. These are some of his going away notes.
Dear President Reagan, thank you for doing such a good job as the leader of our country. I am proud of you.
I love you so much. You are the star, Mr. President.
I was born in Taiwan. I have lived in the United States for about 3 years. I've enjoyed living and learning in my new country.
Thank you for your perfect presidency in the last 8 years. I am proud to be an American, and I hope you are too.
I thank you for helping the poor and the needy. I wish you would stay president. Do you know why? Because you were the best, and you were the only president I ever knew. You put pride back in the hearts of the people. I am proud to be an American. Thank you, Mr. President, and God bless you always.
Thank you for not having war, but having peace in the world so people will not get hurt. It seems strange that we'll soon have another president. I hope you taught Mr. Bush well and that he continues the steps you have taken to make this the greatest nation on earth. A lot of luck in the future. Love, Michelle Miller.
Dear President Reagan, I think congratulations are in order. You have accomplished more than most people do all their lives, and you still have your hair.
You must have had a lot of courage and confidence to be president twice. It takes courage to stand up and tell how you feel in front of large groups of people.
I think you did a great job handling all the problems that you had to face. And you even worked out a peace treaty with Mr. Gorbachev. I want to congratulate you on a job well done. Nobody's perfect, but you gave it all you had, and I commend you on that.
When you are retired, at least you can have friends come over without there being checked for weapons.
And I hope you don't feel too bad about leaving the White House, because no matter who's in the White House, you'll always be my president.
So when you go home and kick off your shoes, think of all the things you've done and give a big whew.
So farewell, farewell. You've got the right touch. Goodbye, Ronald Reagan. You've accomplished so much.
And Ronald Reagan is about to bid farewell to Washington, D.C. That's the helicopter that has borne him and Mrs. Reagan in a final tour of the Capitol from the air. Now they're at Andrews Air Force Base, about to get on the airplane that will take them back to California 8 years after they arrived here, to a good deal of skepticism from the political establishment. People who still have real disputes with the way Ronald Reagan went about his business and what he was able to do, but they will all concede that he did touch the hearts, certainly the voting hands of the American public in a way that few other presidents in this century have. He goes out with a 64% approval rating, which is quite extraordinary.
And kept his hair.
And he kept his hair.
I couldn't let that one pass. You've accomplished more than most people, and you still have your hair.
I have been covering Ronald Reagan since 1966, and people always say to me, he's got to dye his hair, and he's got to wear makeup. But the fact is, on close examination, on a number of occasions, I can tell you, I don't believe that. I think that that is the color of Ronald Reagan's hair, and if you look at Moon Reagan's head of hair, it's the same thing, and he's a couple of years older than Ronald Reagan. That is his brother Neil. I mean, healthy genes in that regard. He told me the other day that he's been working out on the Nautilus machines as well, and he really is in rock solid shape.
Out at Andrews Air Force Base as the President arrives on Marine One is correspondent Tom Pettit. Tom?
Bryant, Marine One has landed here, bringing Mr. and Mrs. Reagan, the former president and the former First Lady, for their final departure from Andrews Air Force Base. This airport outside Washington, where they embarked on so many historic trips to China, to Europe, to the beaches of Normandy. And now, as they say, Mr. Reagan goes to California. This will be a very low-key ceremony here at the airport. There's a crowd of a few neighbors from around Andrews Air Force Base. mostly the families of military servicemen. We have a Marine Corps band. We have some troops representing all the various military agencies. And Mr. Reagan will review them. This will be his final walk from Marine One to what was called Air Force One and is for this trip called Executive One. This is a happy departure for them. It may be the first happy departure for an ex-president in some years. After all, President Carter left in defeat, President Ford left in defeat, President Nixon left in disgrace, and so did President Johnson. So this is unusual in recent American history for there to be a happy celebration for an outgoing president of the United States who has served 2 full terms. Mr. and Mrs. Reagan are going to a small podium where she will watch while he walks among the troops, reviews the troops.
It was here the other day that the president had a very emotional farewell of all the branches of the military. In fact, he said at the conclusion, "I think I'm going to cry." I think they're cold. I think it's both a touching moment and a chilly one.
It's quite windy out there. The temperatures have dipped into the 40s, but it is getting very windy.
Start for inspection.
Now the former president will review the troops after what I've always thought was one of the most stirring sights in Washington. Air Force One standing out against a dark gray sky, a military band playing the Star-Spangled Banner, and little flags waving. It's just marvelous. And this is a moment in American history because we're watching a phenomenon known as Ronald Reagan say goodbye to the nation's capital. Each of the services has been represented here by a small detachment. Marine Corps Band. The President and the American military have had a long affinity for each other, and this is only symbolic of it today. He is, so far as we know, the only modern American president to use the military salute. the last formal occasion for Ronald Reagan in Washington, D.C., ending the 8 years of the Reagan era. Now he's going to return to the small platform to rejoin Mrs. Reagan. Then they will board the plane for the 5-hour trip to Los Angeles, where as private citizens they will go home tonight in Bel Air, California.
Get a better shot. How about you do it? Yes, sir.
Shall we go, he said.
Mrs. Reagan, who made red such a fashionable color, is dressed in her color as she leaves today. In fact, women reporters at the White House took to wearing red at news conferences because they thought that the president would spot them more readily, and in fact he did. It got to be a kind of an inside joke.
Tom, did it
John
seem...
Harrington, who's the Energy Secretary, saying goodbye. King Charles Terrier, is that what they're called?
First Maureen Reagan was saying this morning, what the dogs are going to miss most when they go into retirement is the big lawn.
Yeah.
Look out the backyard and wonder what happened. It really is a remarkable sight when you think of how men cling to power around the world to watch a peaceful transfer amid such pomp and ceremony and good feelings. It's quite remarkable.
Rex the dog. A kingly name for a dog that has lived in a kingly way.
We're going to get a lot of dogs in the White House very soon, right? And I do believe the Bush's dog is with the puppy.
Into Air Force One, and where the living accommodations are very good for the president and the first lady, but the rest of the staff and folks, it's cramped in there. I've flown on it in the long flights, and at the back there's not a lot of space, and you get stewards and security people and attendants of all kinds. And because the middle part of the airplane is so taken up with the president's quarters, and a lot of room for everyone else, but it's a great thrill to be.
I was going to say, look at the bright side. It is an on-time airline.
That's right, and you don't have to worry about your luggage at the other end and all of those matters. Yeah. And while we watch this now, as Air Force One gets ready to taxi out, let's hear from some children around the country who had some parting thoughts for President and Mrs. Reagan.
Dear Mr. President, I'd like to thank you for leading our country for the last 8 years. I like the way that you handled Gorbachev in the arms race.
I am also glad our space program is back on its feet. I wish you could serve another term. I also thought you were a good actor. I enjoyed your movies.
There aren't many presidents like you are. Some kids in my class think you did a bad thing by raising the taxes for us, ignoring the rich. I know why you did it, so that the rich would invest their money in their company, so more people have a job. It was no fun watching you voting this year because you weren't in it.
I hope you enjoy going back to your ranch. I've seen pictures of it, and I think it's beautiful.
I hope you don't miss the White House when you leave. I think George Bush will fill in your spot quite well. He'll never be as good as you, but he'll come close.
You did a wonderful job being president for 8 years. I wish you could stay longer. I thank you so very much for serving our country. I wish I could be president one day.
Dear President Reagan, the year you were elected president, I was born. Now I am 8 years old and in 4th grade. I went to your boarding home. I really enjoyed it. I was able to rock in the rocking chair.
We all remember in 1984 when you came to Dixon, your hometown, to celebrate your tremendous birthday. It was very cold, but everyone came. They came because it was your birthday and we all love you.
You have been just as good of a president as George Washington or Abraham Lincoln. Since we have Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Madison schools, maybe someday we will have a Reagan school here in Dixon.
I'm proud of you, Ronald Reagan. You have proven that a small-town boy can be elected president of these United States. Everybody thanks you for making Dixon famous, putting Dixon on the map, and making it known for something besides the Say Brothers Dutch Ice Cream.
I know that we'll never forget you. Goodbye, President Reagan. We love you and we really miss you.
Youngsters around the country expressing their affection for Ronald Reagan. Youngsters from every corner of the country, ethnic background, no doubt representing Democratic families as well as Republican.
Just waiting for them to close the door on Air Force One, not quite closing the door on the Reagan years, but and that's it.
And it will be left to historians, really, with a little more distance from the emotion of these days, to make a judgment about the historic impact of his presidency and where he stands.
It's kind of strange we're sitting here talking about the orderly transfer of power. Sometimes the little things go unnoticed as the ceremony was going on there. You know what was going on in the White House? They were taking down the pictures of Ronald Reagan and putting up the pictures of George Bush on the campaign trail. Now, President Bush on the campaign trail, very successful indeed. We're going to come back in just a little bit and continue to talk about some of the goings-on we've been privileged to watch today. We'll get to it right after this.
We're back, and at Andrews Air Force Base, the plane that is carrying President and Mrs. Reagan now has taxied out onto the runway, and it's winging its way westward, or it will be momentarily. Always a majestic shot, as Tom Pettit indicated a few moments ago. That's the plane that has circled the globe, searched the various missions of President and Mrs. Reagan, and it is the plane as well that will carry George Bush, and we expect him to be a traveling president almost instantly. He's already said that he'll go February 24th to the funeral of Emperor Hirohito in Japan, and just yesterday, the Chinese ambassador to this country was saying, yes, we were having consultations about a visit to Beijing on the same trip.
So, of course, he was chief liaison officer there for a time. You talked to him the other day. Did President Reagan give you, former President Reagan now, did he give you any idea of a timetable on when he wants to get out on the rubber chicken circuit?
Well, he seemed eager to do it right away, but I've talked to some of his counselors after that, and they say, well, we don't think that that's the best idea. They're going to confer with him about it some. They worry that it might get in the way of George Bush, and they think that that may not be fair. Mm-hmm. They think that George Bush should have his own agenda for a time. An American journey that began in the small towns of Illinois, a small college of Eureka, broadcasting jobs in Davenport, Iowa, and Des Moines, Hollywood in the late 30s, then television and politics in the grandest way possible. 2 terms as governor of California, 2 terms as president of the United States. An American journey home today for Ronald Reagan and Mrs. Reagan. And we're back here in Washington, and where did we say that we were going to go at this point?
Well, I think we've got a piece of tape queued up of some of the highlights that took place just about an hour ago over at the Capitol, right behind us, when Dan Quayle and George Bush were sworn in, took the oaths of office, and perhaps as part of this highlight, we've got some of the finer moments from George Bush's inaugural address. Let's roll it right here and take a look.
God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America. America, my home, sweet home.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Friends, we have work to do. There are the homeless, lost and roaming. There are the children who have nothing, no love, no normalcy. There are those who cannot free themselves of enslavement to whatever addiction, drugs, welfare, the demoralization that rules the slums. There is crime to be conquered, the rough crime of the streets. There are young women to be helped who are about to become mothers of children they can't care for and might not love. They need our care, our guidance, and our education, though we bless them for choosing life. The old solution, the old way, was to think that public money alone could end these problems. But we have learned that that is not so. And in any case, our funds are low. We have a deficit to bring down. We have more will than wallet, but will is what we need. We will make the hard choices, looking at what we have, perhaps allocating it differently, making our decisions based on honest need and prudent safety. And then we will do the wisest thing of all. We will turn to the only resource we have that in times of need always grows, the goodness and the courage of the American people.
President George Bush, in a speech delivered just an hour ago in a plea for old-fashioned citizenship. About a half hour ago, we went to John Chancellor. He noted that the speech was non-specific. And John, as I go back to you, I guess the crucial question is, was it enough to encourage a kinder and gentler opposition? Did the Democrats hear enough there to give the president time he's asking for?
Well, I think, Bryant, it was a genuine effort at building bridges to the congressional branch, run, as we all know, by the Democrats in both houses. I think if you were going to look for an inaugural address over the many that we've read over the years that really made no commitments, made no promises, left the president maximum flexibility. I think that's one of the things you could say about this one. He was really unspecific about so many things. He said we ought to be more caring and more moral and less materialistic, but those are things that rank along with motherhood and apple pie in this country. He talked about a new activism but gave no details. He said new action is to be taken, a new breeze is blowing, but he said gave no specifics about how these things were to be accomplished. And so in that sense, it's what the president did not say in his inaugural address that may be really the most interesting thing about it.
But a speech more likely to have been delivered by a Democrat than a Republican. That's perhaps the most surprising thing about it.
In some ways, Bryant. Remember that he did, the anti-abortionists got theirs. The welfare was called an addiction by the president today in this address, and a lot of people would disagree with the fact that welfare, most people don't want to be on welfare who are on it. Is it an addiction? Well, it's a question. But there were a few things in there for the right. There were a few things in there for the left. Essentially, I think it was a remarkably centrist document that didn't have any of the echoes of the campaign. And gentlemen, let me just close by saying we had this big ceremony today. Think back 3 or 4 months, we had no Pledge of Allegiance.
Good thought, Chancellor. Maybe we ought to have that written into the inaugural ceremonies. I think the other thing that we can expect, John and Brian, from this president is that the power of symbolism can be powerful indeed. Ronald Reagan used it in one way, but my guess is that George and Barbara Bush will use it in quite another way. There'll be visiting programs that seem to be working in drug control and dealing with the homeless and dealing with the problems of daycare and children and so on, and encouraging it by their real presence and their real active interest in that.
Yeah, symbols don't cost, and as he noted, we have more will than wallet, so we can expect to see an awful lot of will exemplified by the symbols. The wallet may not be there, and depending on who you listen to, we may not get the wallet determined on how big a wallet we're going to have for some time to come.
Speaking of wallets, we're going to be back right after this on Inauguration 1989. We're thinking of the NBC wallet. We're back. We're looking inside the Capitol once again. There's a congressional luncheon going on there for the new President of the United States and Mrs. Bush, the new Vice President of the United States and Mrs. Quayle. That's the beginning, really, of the reconciliation process that will take place. President Bush reaching out during his inaugural address today to the Senate Majority Leader and to the House Speaker as well. When I come to Washington on these occasions, I always like to think back of what it must have been like 100 years ago when they would have these ceremonies in the dead of winter. In those days, it was on March 4th, by the way. The speakers could not be heard beyond a few feet, of course. The streets were filled with mud. Many of the homes were unheated. In the second inauguration, for example, of Ulysses S. Grant, they held the inaugural ball that night in an unheated wooden dance hall. And even the canaries died that were brought in there. They froze to death. It was 5 degrees below zero. A lot has changed over the years, of course, including how far the voices of a president of the United States can reach in this age of satellite television. More people have seen and heard recent inaugurations than all the first 42 ceremonies put together. Coverage, they say, has come a long way.
I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. So help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
200 years ago, the public waited weeks to get the inaugural story. And readers saw inaugurations through the eyes of artists. The first known photographic record, the 1857 inaugural of James Buchanan. By 1865, Lincoln was the first to be photographed while making his inaugural speech. McKinley's 1897 ceremony was captured by motion pictures. The inaugural address was recorded for the first time. A Washington penny arcade owner installed a gramophone. Customers could hear McKinley for a nickel.
My countrymen, we appear to be entering upon an era of prosperity, which is gradually...
1925. The Coolidge inaugural was the first to be broadcast over radio to a national audience, 25 million Americans.
Because of what America is, inspires the heart of all humanity.
1929. Talking newsreels joined media coverage with the Hoover inauguration.
I ask the help of Almighty God in this service to my country, to which you have called me.
This is the 41st inaugural in our country's history, to be witnessed today by some 15,000 here on the Capitol Plaza, and for the first time in history, through the combined facilities of the television industry, made visible to millions of Americans throughout the land.
Television added another 10 million to the audience, the 1949 Truman inaugural. 20 years later, Nixon ceremonies were the first to be satellited worldwide, 20 countries altogether. And if astronomer Carl Sagan is right, and all those old radio signals are still floating around somewhere in outer space, who knows how large inaugural audiences truly have become.
I'll tell you what, Brokaw, we're going to see just how much of a kid you are. You wanted to finish up with that one. There's two lunches going on over here right now, okay? There's one lunch that's for the president and all the other statesmen that are assembled, and they're eating lobster scallop ragu, 4-grain pilaf, and brandied pear crisp. There's another luncheon that is going on with the Bush grandchildren. They're eating grilled cheese sandwiches, chicken McNuggets, milk, and ice cream. Which would you take?
No doubt the conversation at the latter one is a lot livelier as well, and you'll probably learn a good deal more at that one. I think I'd go for the second one to be a lot more fun. There's no question about that. This business about how far we've come. When Thomas Jefferson was inaugurated, he walked back to his boarding house and then had a dinner. Instead of going to have dinner with the members of Congress or a lunch with members of Congress, he had dinner with 30 other boarders at the boarding house. I mean, can you imagine what that was like? And when Andrew Jackson was inaugurated, he was the great populist, of course. They had such a riot at the White House that they had to put free beer out on the lawn, get everybody out of the White House, and then lock the doors and make sure they stayed out there.
Well, of course, some of what we're going to see today was born of traditions started quite accidentally by that time. George Washington, after taking his first oath, I mean, his men gathered around to cheer him and decided to walk him back home, and thus was born the inaugural parade that we're still waiting for. One little piece of serious business, we're getting a word here that Bush is quoted as saying that during his farewell to Ronald Reagan, he was, quote, trying to keep tears from running down my cheeks. After 8 years of friendship, it was pretty tough. It was an emotional moment.
It's also another demonstration of the effect that Ronald Reagan has had on this country. He was the principal sponsor of George Bush. 8 years of Ronald Reagan, now 4 at least of George Bush, and Ronald Reagan gets a lot of the credit. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The time has come.
I've been waiting for this.
The Telestrator, this is called. And you've seen it, of course, in professional football broadcasts, but Gumbel and Brokaw have it in their hands today. We're going to show you how the parade route is supposed to take place. Now, what they're going to do, a little down-and-out pattern. They're going to come out of here on the east side of the Capitol. You stay with me, Gumbel. And they're going to go out this way in the motorcade, and they're going to come right down here, and they're going to get on.
No, keep going.
They're going to get on there, or they may go on directly.
I think they'd go straight.
Straight on.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania Avenue, all the way, the Avenue of the Presidents. And what the, whoa, I'm losing it. And they'll go past the Treasury Department, and they'll end up here, and if they drive like that, they'll get picked up for DWI. They'll have to walk on, and they'll end up right here. At any rate, that's the north side of the White House, and boy, that's a terrible one.
John Madden can rest comfortably.
Yeah, that's right. There's no danger there, and if anybody runs that pattern Sunday, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. At any rate, they're going to end up there, and we're going to be able to see, of course, the parade that will unfold all afternoon. Pennsylvania Avenue has changed enormously in the last 25 years or so. It was John Kennedy who came down Pennsylvania Avenue when he was inaugurated, and it was a seedy-looking place at that time. And he said, we ought to be able to stop this, and it is.
Virginia license plate needs to come get his.
No, that's fine.
Everything's good.
Very fluid process, and we hope you enjoy yourself. Enjoy your stay here.
Thank you. I love it, and I know you do. Thank you. Thank you. Lieutenant Reginald Smith, the Metropolitan Police Department. 100,000 people on the parade route, and I'm going to sell some Tupperware as soon as I can get loose of this job, because boy, have I got a challenge. And now back to the booth, and my favorite morning man, Brian Gumbel.
All right, Willard, thanks very much. A couple of interesting notes about this. You know, 3,900 on the D.C. police force. All of them are working, and there was some concern that following a record number of homicides in the District of Columbia last year, that with so many of the officers committed to working the inauguration and the parade, that it would be open season throughout the city. But history doesn't back that up. In fact, the crime rates go down on Inauguration Day in this city.
Well, it is a big problem here, and it's one that George Bush will be keenly aware of as he launches his war, as he puts it, on crime and on drugs, and especially in the inner cities of America.
It's also a problem in New York. I think New York had a record number this year, too, over 1,800.
What I love about Willard Scott, he never misses a chance. He knows that Texas is there in the 10-gallon hat, immediately identifying with wherever he has to be.
Never uses a superlative either.
Right.
We're going to come back in just a moment. There's more ahead on this Inauguration 89 right after this.
Live from Washington, NBC News covers Inauguration 89. Inauguration 89. NBC News covers the inauguration of George Bush as President of the United States with Tom Brokaw, Bryant Gumbel, and Willard Scott. Here from the NBC News Broadcast Center in Washington is Tom Brokaw.
Well, we're back, and on this first day of George Bush's administration, they're running a little behind, but then he has 4 years to make up for it.
He certainly does.
If the parade was to begin in about 30 seconds, but I don't think that we're at the toast yet in the Statuary Hall and in the Capitol, where the new president and members of Congress are having lunch today and beginning the whole process of working together, the process of compromise. Bush, of course, reaching out to members of Congress.
Reaching out by name. I offer my hand, Mr. Speaker. I offer my hand, Mr. Majority Leader. Interesting. Ronald Reagan, former President Reagan, as he wings his way west, a little odd note, beat what was called the death jinx. Right? Broke an eerie pattern of fatality that had haunted the White House since William Henry Harrison became president in 1840. From that day to this, every U.S. president elected in a year ending in 0 had died in office. Right on through. Count them down. Lincoln, 1860. Garfield, 1880. McKinley, 1900. Harding, 1920. FDR, 1940. JFK, 1960. Ronald Reagan, as he has all his life, defied the odds.
The numerologist will have some kind of a rational explanation for that, no doubt.
They'll come up with it.
Will. You can play with those things a lot. Among other things, what we've been doing here on NBC all day is showing you some prominent Americans and what advice they have for President Reagan, rather for President Bush, as he takes office now for the next 4 years. And here are two more of them.
Mr. President, in the national scandal of homelessness, illiteracy, and high infant mortality, this is not just compassionate and humane, it's strongly in the national interest. Clean up our rivers, our waterways, our oceans, our groundwater, our cities, and the air above us. Work with other nations to protect the planetary environment. Encourage a new mutually advantageous relationship with the Soviet Union. Both nations would be far safer with massive, intrusively inspected cuts in the conventional and nuclear forces. Uphold the Constitution, even when it seems to get in your way. Do not lie to us, and do not tolerate those who do. Stand with those who postpone short-term personal benefit for the long-term well-being of the society. Return us to the path of exploration and discovery, of innovation and openness to new ideas. Give America a vision of the future worthy of what we see in the eyes of our children. Broaden our perspective beyond ethnic group and economic class and jingoist nationalism to embrace, for the benefit of all those children yet to come, the species and the planet.
Mr. President, as you assume the greatest set of responsibilities that our society can impose, baseball wishes you well. In the coming years, we will share common challenges, and while I don't wish to compare great things and small, our common set of challenges are very real. What are they? Those challenges are to guarantee the integrity of the system, to assure fairness in dealing, whether with those abroad or among ourselves at home, to promote vigorously social justice and equal opportunity for all Americans, to create and maintain an environment that is safe and agreeable for everyone, whether it's at a ball game or on a campground or on a beach or drinking the water in one's own kitchen. And finally, it's to combat, wherever it is found, the epidemic abuse of drug and alcohol. Our challenge is, Mr. President, to make America a better place for everyone. We wish you good luck, sir, and Godspeed.
I know George Bush will appreciate that last message, coming as it does not only from a commissioner of baseball, George Bush, a former first baseman at Yale, but from an ex-Yale president. Let's go on back inside the Capitol and Statuary Hall, and as you can see,
Mr. President, and my
we've got the toast going on.
To present this gift to you from the Congress
Senator
and
Ford,
from the American people to show our
Congress.
love and affection to you and Barbara.
Bush is a familiar figure on Capitol Hill, having served in Congress and also having presided over the Senate for the last 8 years in his role as Vice President of the United States.
You don't have to do anything now, Mr. President. We'll just don't drop it, please.
Took up a little office collection. That probably cost a few coins, so they don't want.
And Mr. Vice President, we, the Congress, also have a similar gift for you in Maryland. It may be a little smaller, but with the same love and affection.
Well, that's the first of many gifts that you get when you're President of the United States and Vice President wherever you go. Some you can keep.
That's why you need 9 cargo planes when you go.
That's right. And you're supposed to register all of them, of course, but most of them do go to various repositories, either presidential libraries or the Smithsonian Institution.
We understand those are engraved glass bowls they just got.
I was hoping that Bart Giamatti would say, my advice to you, Mr. President, is do not put pine tar in your glove when you're pitching on that day.
He was evidently all-field, no hit at Yale.
Yeah, that's right. I think it was about 199 or 190.
Cigars next. Have you started again?
Cigars are next.
Mr. President, today we celebrate the bicentennial inaugural of the President of the United States of America. We have used the first great seal of this country throughout our portion of this day. The Great Seal was designed to symbolize the hope and promise of a new nation that had high aspirations and grand hopes for the future. The bicentennial inaugural that we celebrate today is living proof that those hopes and aspirations have not only been achieved, but they still endure. Mr. President and First Lady, as you know, we're having another luncheon today in this building. We visited them a few moments ago. Your grandchildren and my grandchildren, along with children of participants in this luncheon, are dining on grilled cheese sandwiches, chicken nuggets, fresh fruit, soft drinks, and milk. I've checked, Mr. President, and at that luncheon, there's been no talk of politics. Only the vibrant enthusiasm of the young. So my toast to you today is a challenge to you and all of us, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans, to see that before they and others of every race, creed, and color leave this earth, they are nourished in mind and in body and in spirit. So, Mr. President, to your good health and long life with your lady at your side. So we of the Congress. Thank you very much. We'll now hear from the President.
Thank you, Senator Ford. And the parade is about to begin, so let me just say a couple of words. I look around this room and I see many friends with whom I served in the Congress and many friends with whom I worked for the last 8 years when I was President of the Senate. I first want to thank Senator Ford and his committee, Ted, others, who have done just an outstanding job on making this People's Day so spectacularly successful. And I'm grateful to all of you. Wendell just said, Mr. President, as we walked out of the platform there, coming up to up some steps and then down some steps to say goodbye to President Reagan, the Sergeant-at-Arms of the House said, Mr. President, and I'm standing there waiting for President Reagan. And I feel something that was between an affectionate hug and a kidney punch. The silver fox telling me to get going. And but I just want to say thank you to all of you. The parade is going to be a good one. No politics today. This is going to be a very special day for the country, as it has been for the last 200 years. And Bar and I are just delighted to have this significant part in it, but we really came here at the conclusion of this lunch to say thanks to the members of the House, thanks to the members of the Senate for this wonderful way to start off this presidency. We're grateful to you, sir. Well done, and may I propose a toast to the members of the Congress, to the institution, the House of Representatives, the Senate of the United States. May they flourish and may they prosper.
Sit back there.
Could I have your attention for two brief presentations? Representative Michael has a presentation at this time. Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Mrs. Bush. Mr. President, it's fitting, I guess, that we're meeting in this particular, the original chamber of the House of Representatives here in the Capitol, because you were once a member of this body. As you prepare to guide our nation's future, we hope that the meeting in this chamber among friends and loved ones reminds you of your days with us in the House. I have two small remembrances of this occasion that I'd like to present to you. First of all, one of those kind of historical occasions when you were in a position to announce your own election from the Electoral College. And here we have the letter opener that opened those messages from the states indicating that you had won. I won't mention the voluminous margin that you had, but it's very appropriate. And then secondly, since you were a member of the Ways and Means Committee and your old buddy Danny Rostenkowski's out there someplace, there was a former member of that committee, obviously, who became was vice president for 2 terms like you, the only other man in history who succeeded then to the presidency, Martin Van Buren, 152 years ago.
Don't remember
and we
Martin
thought
here.
maybe that we ought to give you this old engraving. Not exactly a striking resemblance, but we hope that in the years ahead, when you look at this portrait, you're going to remember us and remember this great day. And we also hope that you remember that all of us here wish for our country under your leadership the same thing that Martin Van Buren wished for the country in his inaugural address when he said specifically,
Mr. President, in your speech you remarked of the magnificent sense of continuity which has permitted this nation of ours to live and prosper together for 200 years. And every 4 years, for a President of the United States chosen by us all to take that same oath of office that was taken by George Washington those many years ago. God has been good to our nation. Only once in all this time has this capital of ours been occupied by a foreign force. That was 175 years ago this year, 1814. Admiral Cockburn led a contingent of British troops on horseback up the steps of the Capitol and into this very chamber from which we had fled, or our forebears had fled, and sprang with muddy boots into the Speaker's chair and held a mock parliament, saying, "What say ye we set fire to this citadel of Yankee democracy?" Whereupon, to their acclaim, they did so. They set fire that same day to the Capitol and to the White House as well. History tells that out of the west there came a breeze and a cloud and a shower, and the fire was extinguished. I have here embedded in this desk set 2 pieces of charred wood, one from the Capitol and one from the White House, and the inscription presented to George Herbert Walker Bush on his inauguration as the 41st President of the United States reads as follows. These scraps of wood were charred on the night of August 24th, 1814, when British forces put the torch to the White House and the capital of the United States. Like these great American institutions, men, too, can be hammered and forged and ultimately strengthened in fire and in stress, in war and in peace, in his tireless service both in the legislative and executive branches of our government. President Bush has been tested and tempered and shaped and made strong in experience and dedication for the momentous duties he undertakes today. It is with great affection and high hopes that those of us in the House would like to present this to you today.
We've heard that it's hot off the press. The ink is still wet. Here is the first picture, Mr. President, taken of the inauguration, and the photographers are here.
Oh, that the government could respond so quickly on other matters.
It only took them a couple of hours. We were watching a couple of presentations there. You know, it's interesting. Everybody, as we noted a little bit earlier, poor Marty Van Buren is getting more attention in the last 100 days than he got in the past 100 years. One interesting note about Martin Van Buren, he was our first president who was born a U.S. citizen and not a British subject at one point. But other than that, there isn't a lot to mark his speech. All he did was get up and promise not to interfere in the South's right to slavery.
And the Democrats have some solace, take some solace in the fact that he was only elected for one term. He tried 3 more times to get back into the White House and didn't succeed.
No luck. Meanwhile, the people continue to stand along Pennsylvania Avenue. They are waiting for the start of the parade. I think the president dropped a little bit of hint when he got up there. He said, I'd like to get the parade going, but evidently the toast continued at Statuary Hall, and we will continue with our coverage on Inauguration 89 right after this.
As the thousands of spectators who are assembled along there are wondering, as we are, when the parade might begin. It was scheduled
only about 20 minutes down.
20 minutes late now, and the toast and the goodwill is continuing in the Capitol there behind us. And I'll tell you that Gumbel and Brokaw have seldom been in a grander setting. It makes even us look good here. That is the nation's capital.
That's that
a real picture. The clouds parted and the sun came out this afternoon. It's quite a spectacular day when you consider that, in fact, this is late January in Washington, D.C., and 4 years ago.
Remember 4 years ago?
Wind chill was 30 degrees below zero. You could barely step out there. Gorbachev has sent a telegram to the new president of the United States, George Bush. He's quoted as saying that he seeks stable and diverse relations between our countries, so important for peace throughout the world. And of course, that's all something that we'll be keeping our eye on. One thing you'll want to watch, in fact, is that George Bush travels to Tokyo February 24th for Hirohito's funeral. And we are guessing at this point that President Gorbachev, that's his office now as well, having been elected to that in the Soviet Union, that he'll be there, and it will be the first opportunity for the two of them to talk. Down on the parade route is a man who's well known in Washington, not just Willard Scott, but his guest here as well, who worries about the sartorial splendor of people who have more on top, Willard, than you do.
Hey, we're standing by right here, right across. It's probably as close I'll ever get to the White House, Tom, and this is the man. He is the barber to the heads of state since Richard Nixon. This man knew Millard Fillmore. He actually knew Andrew Jackson, Milton Pitts. I'm going to take my hat off. What can you do with this head?
Oh, gee, I'm going to get a new toupee for you, Willard.
Milton, you got to be at least 102. You still have all your hair. You started cutting hair with President Nixon, right?
That's correct. In 1970, I went into the White House with Nixon. I served while he was there, and then continued under President Ford. And then, of course, when President Carter took office, he chose another barber, so I resigned after 30 days and went back to my shop at the Sheraton Carlton Hotel.
What's that hotel again?
The Sheraton Carlton, the most beautiful hotel in Washington, Willard.
Milt Pitts. Barbershop.
You should come there. Pitt's hairstylist in the lower level, not the basement.
Okay, listen, you get to know, always the barber gets to know the inside story. Couple of things. Who tells the best jokes of all the presidents that you've cut hair?
President Reagan has got to be one of the nicest men I've ever met. He's friendly, and every time he leaves me in that little shop in the White House, he said, well, Milt, I'll tell you a little story. And he'll tell me that story. He walks out the door, and we're laughing, the manicurist and I, and they can't figure out what we're laughing about. The president shakes his head and says, well, I'll see you next week.
Right, Milton, now you got to fess up. President Reagan is now a former President Reagan. We got to have the true story. Does he or doesn't he dye his hair?
He absolutely does not, Willard. It's the strangest thing I've ever seen. I did an interview for the Los Angeles Times when he was running for president. And I said, you know, I think President Reagan would look so good if he wouldn't dye his hair. Let him look like John Connally. What beautiful gray hair he has. You know, when I cut the president's hair here in Washington the first time, about a month before he took office, and I told him about this incident. See, I heard about that, Milt. Now, won't you clear that up with the press the next time you see them? But he absolutely has about 25% gray. His hair is not black. It's a medium brown. And I looked at him Wednesday when I worked on him the last time, and that man hasn't changed. He don't look a day older than he did when he took office 8 years ago. Well, and his hair is exactly the same color.
Thank you. You heard it. It's our first exclusive. And one last question. What's that funny blue stuff you always put the combs in?
Oh, that's the stuff that I should have used on you, Willard. You had a good head of hair when I met you, but I used those dirty combs on this fella here, and look at him today.
That's really wild-looking juice. I bet it makes a rotten martini. Okay, Milt Pitts, hairstylist, heads of state for at least 25, 30 years, and still going
at the Sheraton Carlton Hotel.
What's that hotel? What hotel is that?
Sheraton Carlton.
Very good. Okay. Get him out of here, will you? Let's go cut his hair. Now back to Tom Brokaw and especially Brian Gumbel.
All right, Willard, thanks very much. Let's go back outside. Let's bring you up to date on Deborah Norville's trials. We're not above begging here. Deborah is assigned to cover the balls for the NBC special tonight, and she was left to go to the balls alone because we couldn't find a ticket for her husband Carl. And so I begged for one a little bit earlier on the Today program. Deborah, did you come up with a ticket yet?
I don't know yet, but you keep begging like this, Brian. I'm bound to get one somehow.
I'm trying.
I tried to see the parade, which you cannot do from where I'm standing on Freedom Plaza, because a lot of people got here very early today to try to get a good seat, and one of those people is Mary Carey, who I guess you were one of the first people down this afternoon, or this morning.
I think so.
What time did you get here?
8:30.
And you were the first to arrive?
The street was pretty empty at 8:30. The Secret Service was coming and running down the street with their dogs, checking the manhole covers.
Was that exciting to see the security team in action?
We really enjoyed watching the preps by the Secret Service for it.
Why get here so early for something that doesn't begin until after 2 o'clock?
Well, we have a very good vantage point, and you just said you can't see the parade, but we can when I turn around.
Is it worth it to get here so early? Because you've been here all day long. I've seen you.
I think so. You know, this is part of history, and I'm here now working for the government, and I won't be here 4 years from now, I'm sure.
Is that something because of George Bush, or?
Oh, I'm excited about, you know, George Bush being elected and everything, and I especially like his theme, a kinder, gentler nation. I hope we go for it.
They passed by here on the way to the Capitol before the swearing-in ceremonies. Did you get to see the president or vice president?
We saw Mr. and Mrs. Quayle driving in the car.
Okay.
That was exciting.
All right. Well, a lot of people are here. Maybe I'll get a better seat so I can see, too. Tom, Bryant, back to you.
Thank you very much, Deborah Norville. There are, what, 300,000 people we're hearing out there?
300,000 lining the streets on the phone. Supposedly, that's what the D.C. police are telling us right now.
There is going to be something new tomorrow, in fact. The Bushes are going to try something that we talked about this earlier, that Andrew Jackson did to some destruction more than 150 years ago. Tomorrow they're going to open the White House for about 3 hours, and anyone with the stamina to wait in the line, it's on a first-come, first-served basis, can stroll the public rooms for the Bush family, including the 4 sons and the 1 daughter and the 4 daughters-in-law, 1 son-in-law, and 10 grandchildren will mingle with the guests. Now, that is highly unusual, yes. And the Secret Service will be, I would think, with their hearts in their throat, but that's another indication of the openness that the Bushes hope to achieve in the White House.
It was funny talking with George Jr. and Neil this morning. They were terribly excited. I mean, like little kids in a candy store talking about, we don't know where we're all going to sleep. We don't know who's got what room. As long as we get a place under the roof, that's all we want. They're all going to sleep in there tonight. It's very much in keeping with what the Bush family is all about.
That's right. And, of course, then on Sunday, they're going to watch the Super Bowl together. And one of the boys said today, if you can drink a beer in the White House, I think he knew the answer.
I think he's allowed. We're going to come back in just a moment. There's much more ahead for Inauguration 89 after a station break. We'll be back.
around.
Yeah, and I bet most of them will have a twang, too. Okay, okay, John, thanks very much. Let's go on out to John Dancy, who we understand has cornered Congressman Tom Foley over there. John?
I'm here with the House Majority Leader, Tom Foley, Bryant. Mr. Leader, what about the speech today? Are you going to be, is the Vice President, I'm sorry, that's a term that I guess we're all going to have to get used to. The President going to be able to bring about the kind of changes in relations with Congress that he wants to?
Well, I think in the last 2 years, we've seen a much better relationship between the Congress and the Reagan administration, much more conciliation, cooperation. But certainly President Bush has emphasized those themes in his inaugural address today. He repeated them very strongly, and they're certainly going to be warmly reciprocated by the Congress. I think the American people, in choosing to elect Democrats to the Congress in majority and George Bush as president, want to see the two branches work together.
Well, those are all fine words, but what happens when you get down to the real cases of cutting budget?
Well, obviously there are going to be some disagreements. It's not possible to assume total unanimity, but the spirit with which the president has made this approach to the Congress and the plea for conciliation is a very good backdrop to begin a cooperative effort, and I think we'll have to do our best to keep that going as long as possible.
Tom Foley, thank you very much. We'll wait and see what happens. Okay,
right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, John Dancy and Congressman Foley. And now, as you can see, President and Mrs. Bush have entered the presidential limousine. That's the new one from the Ford Motor Company, replacing the 1983 Cadillac that had served as a limousine in the past. It cost about $600,000, but then it is an extraordinarily secure car in a variety of ways, not just armor plating, but the communications that's involved in there and the kind of engine power that it takes to propel it around, not just Washington, D.C., but the various places the president will visit. He will lead, in effect, the parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. The first car will be the president's car, with the outriders from security and military people who will be involved in providing the kind of ceremonial color for the parade. And we're told as well that the Bush family maid will be riding with members of the family in the parade, that they want her to know that she too is a member of the family and welcome to come along. Although it probably will be in one of the backup cars where one of the 5 children and the 10 grandchildren. And Mrs. Bush, Mrs. Prescott Bush, who was George's mother, his father was a senator in this city, of course. And we've heard it tell that story. He would come home very proud of his accomplishments, and she would always say, but how did the team do? There was always that emphasis on team spirit.
This, of course, is one of the things we're going to be watching for once the motorcade gets underway. As we noted a little bit earlier, he's going to travel only a distance of about 16, 18 blocks. But there has been widespread speculation that he is going to want to stop the car and get out and shake a few hands. And that has caused a great deal of concern, consternation in the Secret Service camp. But frankly, when you're president, folks don't talk back to you, right?
You're in charge. If you want to be Bob Kerr, you're standing by outside there. The president was asked any words for us today. Did he have a response?
Well, he was asked about one of his dogs, and he gave a thumbs up there, and then someone, of course, shouted out, does he have a budget compromise yet, to which he ducked in the car. But let me end some of that speculation, Bryant, or try to help end it. The president spent a couple of minutes struggling in that car, as big as it is, to put on his top coat and a scarf, so I think it's a fairly safe bet, because it must be warm in the car, that you're going to see him out along Pennsylvania Avenue shaking a few hands, or if not, just waving. So they're about to take off now. There go the traditional lead wave of motorcycles. There's a security helicopter buzzing around overhead, and I think we are finally about to get underway. What is it, about 39 minutes late? But as I say, that's not unusual for this town.
Not bad at all. Bob, this ceremony is, of course, steeped in tradition. For quite a while now, there's actually been a ceremonial escort composed of members of Congress, government officials, the military, and friends that escort the president not only to the Capitol to take the oath of office, but then back afterwards. So the parade was warm. But go ahead. I'm sorry, Bob.
I don't see that this time, Bryant. In fact, as I think I might have told you before, I saw a number of those people leaving in buses to take positions a little earlier on.
Okay.
The parade will be consist, we're told now, of 79 floats, 56 bands, 72 marching units, and 7 cavalry units. That's down from a number that I think that we saw earlier. Maybe some people had to catch a plane. I mean, they could have been late because of the parade. They said, hey, listen, we can't wait around. We'll have afternoon. They'll swing out of the backside of the Capitol, effectively, that's the east entrance. It's the part, if you're familiar with Washington at all, let's say you look over at the National Library of Congress and at the Library of Congress and the Supreme Court building are on that side of Capitol Hill.
Bob, what's the holdup there now? Are they just filling up the rest of the cars in the motorcade?
I don't think there really is a holdup, Brian.
Okay.
This is an awfully big motorcade. It's about to pull out of here, and it's just a larger than usual number of cars and motorcycles. Here they go.
Thanks, Bob Kerr. There won't be the problem with this today that we had during one of their presidential trips. Remember when President Ford went to Hartford, Connecticut one night and they had an intersection collision? They'd forgotten to clear an intersection. They had all the lights turned and they'd forgotten to post a policeman there, and some kid came up over the hill and ran right into the presidential limousine. Can you imagine?
And it had to be President Ford,
and
right?
It had to be before President Ford. I was there that night, and when the agent came on the press bus and said, Brokaw, you're not going to believe this, but someone has run into the president's car.
It's pretty hard to do.
I was thunderstruck. Very hard to do, but somebody did it. The kid was stunned to find when he got out of the car that he had to trade insurance cards and phone numbers with the President of the United States.
Brian, Tom, to give you an idea of just how long this procession this is, you're already probably able to see, or people along Constitution Avenue and Upper Pennsylvania Avenue are able to see the lead wave coming down, and the President's car is not even out of the parking lot yet, but it's moving a little more quickly now.
From our vantage point up here, we can't even see the lead car, but we're still waiting for an appearance.
They're about to pull out of the Capitol Plaza right now, Brian.
That area up there is reserved for parking for members of Congress most of the time. It's an impossible place to navigate if you're just trying to drive and park a private car in that neck of the woods. And that's all been cleared out for a 2-block area so that there can be a secure perimeter, if you will, of the nation's capital on this day.
We can see the parade from the plaza now, Tom, and one of the bands marching down Constitution Avenue toward Pennsylvania, and it appears as though the president's car is waiting for that band to lead the way. Right now marching past some of the congressional office buildings, the Senate office buildings along Constitution Avenue.
Will have as its grand marshals. We'll be seeing them later, Chuck Yeager and Bob Hope. Two very familiar American figures. Chuck Yeager, the definition of the right stuff, of course, and Bob Hope, kind of America's comedian, and has been for a long, long time.
As we're watching and waiting, we continue to watch the wires for reaction to the President's inaugural address. Here's one that comes from Boston, and Michael Dukakis. He, of course, declined his invitation, and he joined 40 million other Americans and is watching on TV. He is said to be urging all Americans to rally around the man who beat him. He watched from an aides office, evidently because he doesn't have a TV in his own office. He's quoted as saying, "I'd be less than candid if I didn't say I'd like to be the guy who raised his hand today in taking the oath, but I accept the result."
We're getting a presidential review here of some of the units, military units that will be in the parade. He's doing it here from the car instead of from the parade platform in front of the White House. some of them in traditional military uniforms, others in contemporary uniform, of course, representing the long reach of the military in this country and the preservation of this system of government by the military. I would have liked to have been here for Teddy Roosevelt's inauguration in 1905. They had 500 Civil War veterans. Geronimo showed up. 500 veterans of the Spanish-American War. 50,000 flags around the Capitol. America was kind of coming of age, I suppose. It was the beginning of what has been described as the American century. And now George Bush helping round out that century.
Probably was not a gentler time, if we might say.
No, I think that was a pretty rough and ready time, to use the nickname of Teddy Roosevelt. His outspoken daughter, Alice Longworth Roosevelt, who died just a few years ago, she was a real fixture in this community. As only she could say it, said the only thing missing was the defeated candidate marching along in chains.
Tom, this is Bob Kerr again up on the Capitol Plaza. As the president's car pulls out, I now can see coming out from behind the Capitol steps another limousine bearing Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle, and that should be coming out in just a bit. Awfully, awfully windy and cold once the sun goes away out here. Here we go.
Well, now there's a picture that I didn't expect to see. That's looking right into the presidential limousine.
Now, where is that from?
Yeah. We think that's a hot dog truck on 15th Street, which is not too far from here, that caught fire. No reason for alarm. It's not any violent incident so far as anyone knows. And it probably wouldn't get much attention on a normal day, but there are a lot of television cameras around, and everybody's interested in what may be happening. That's a long way away from where President Bush is. A long way away. Yeah, they may want to just check that out before they let the motorcade proceed. They cannot be too cautious on a day like today with security matters. They'll want to know everything that's going on and why it's going on. We'll continue with the coverage of Inaugural 89. The parade now slowly underway. Back with more here on NBC right after this.
We're back in Washington, and as you can see, the presidential motorcade is on the move again, ever so slowly. Of course, even as I say that, they come to a halt. As we've noted, you can see the president waving from the back seat there, along with Mrs. Bush at his side. As we showed you before we broke away a little bit, there was a small fire in a vehicle away from the parade route. I guess in the interest of clarification, we're told now it's no longer a hot dog truck, it's a donut truck.
Right.
So let's get the differences down.
Combustible donuts.
I've had some of those. But in any event, they had stopped the motorcade for just a little bit, and now convinced that it represents no threat, no problem at all. It is continuing ever so slowly, much to the delight, it seems, of the 41st President of the United States, George Bush. We had been wondering throughout the morning as to whether or not he would get out along the parade route and try to press the flesh, try to shake some hands. Bob Kerr has told us that after getting into his limousine, the president, with great difficulty, got into his top coat and scarf. I can't believe that they turned the air all the way up in the vehicle, so we have to believe that at some point he will try to get out and meet some of the 300,000, 200,000 people who are lining the parade route and who now have been waiting out there for some time because the parade was a little late. We're not sure, according to our schedule, how long they had allocated for this trip from the Capitol to the reviewing stand. Let's see, originally the schedule had them leaving the Capitol at 2:02, and arriving at the White House Southwest Gate at 2:35. Well, they didn't leave the Capitol until about 2:42, I would guess.
We're going to try something here. The ever slow-moving Ken Bodie is in this parade. He's in a mobile unit.
He's not in the manhole, the glass box?
He's not down in the manhole with a glass cover, trying to get the hobnail boots and the shoes of the passing cavalry units. But Ken Bodie is out there in the parade unit now.
Yes.
Ken, we're going to come to you. What can you tell us?
Well, Tom, we're just starting down Constitution Avenue, just below the Capitol. The president's limousine is moving from a very, very slow start down here. Secret Service men walking along on all sides of it. As I gather, they clear up things ahead of us on the parade route. The limousine is a larger limousine than we've ever seen before. The president's daughter rode in it for the first time with him the other day, and she said that the windows are so big in there that you feel like you're exposed to the entire world. But, of course, it's probably the most secure vehicle in the world. We're now beginning to pick up speed, come down to where Constitution and Pennsylvania Avenue merge. Secret Service trotting alongside the president's car now. And back to you, Tom.
Thanks very much, Ken Bodie. This parade kind of lurching along, stopping and starting along the way. There is that small, inconsequential fire farther down the parade route. There's a great shot.
Yeah,
that's the one that we've been wanting to see.
There's some perspective of where we are.
Capitol in the background on this sunny January day. Earlier cloud cover having gone away. Just about the time that Ronald Reagan left for California and George Bush soon as up.
And there we go.
And here we come.
Listen to the applause.
Start from there, because that's about a mile and a half, which is what the Carters did that memorable time. It's a brisk, beautiful day for a walk, and these two people are fit. The president's in very good condition, and Mrs. Bush likes to get out and walk.
The president is a jogger and tennis player. This is not unusual for him.
Ken Bodie.
The president and vice president, the president and first lady outside the car, walking down the street, waving, having a thoroughly good time. These folks, many of them didn't hear the speech, but brought their children out to bring them up, put them on their shoulders, let them see President George Bush on his first day walking down Constitution Avenue. We expected him to do this near the end of the parade route, but he got out of the car, obviously having an excellent time, enjoying himself, all wrapped up. It's a cold, blustery day. Those flags are fluttering strongly on the side of that new limousine of his. These folks are really enjoying themselves. It's really possible that he could walk over and begin shaking hands, it looks like. President, First Lady holding hands and waving. You can't see him maybe, but the Secret Service is really scanning this crowd.
We can see him now from our vantage point up here, Kenny, just starting to come into view, and we see people running across the lawn in order to get a better view. They evidently are aware that he has left the vehicle and is walking along behind.
Brian, I'm sorry, I can't make out what you're saying to me, but there are people, indeed, they're all running to try to get ahead of the parade route so they can see him one more time.
That's exactly what I was saying, Kenny. Thank you.
Those are camera vans and vehicles that are preceding the president. It's really a stunning shot, and it's captured on television. There's no question about that. But as you look down Constitution Avenue and see it in person, it's no less than thrilling to see the President of the United States and his wife walking along with their open, sunny American faces on what is the most triumphant day of their life.
It's also interesting, I think, to watch the traffic flow of the fans lining the parade route. They are running in both directions. Right. Those farther up are coming back because they fear the president is going to get in the car and ride the rest of the way, and those who he's already passed are running alongside. Very dramatic moment.
At the congressional election referred to Mrs. Bush as the silver
Getting
fox.
back in the car, about to get back in the car, it looks like.
That's his chief agent. They're talking about the security considerations here.
You can hear the people going, no, no.
My guess is he'll get out again. I mean, he'll ride down a ways and he'll probably pop out again along the way. It's hard to satisfy everyone.
Well, as you noted, that's a long ways for them to walk, especially given the timetable they're operating on right now.
And a little chilly out there as well.
That little fire that we had noted just a moment ago at 15th and Constitution among a number of assembled vending trucks. The fire department is in contact with the Secret Service. We understand now the fire is under control, and yes, it was a donut truck.
The donut went out.
The donut. It was the hole that caught.
All right. Now beginning to move on a little more swiftly. Coming abreast the National Gallery of Art, which if you're visiting Washington, you'll surely want to see. It's a spectacular building, the new wing designed by I.M. Pei. That gives you an idea of the breeze right there.
Yeah, it's pretty stiff. We've been talking about the timetable and how they're operating behind. If you're thinking, well, he's the president, he can go at his own timetable. Yes, he can, but it's going to make his evening a little difficult. Yeah. His evening is supposed to start at 8 o'clock, and he and Mrs. Bush are going to try to make all 10, mind you, of the inaugural balls. So they're really not going to have a lot of time to just lollygag and fall behind.
Ken Bodie, are you still down there moving along?
Tom, we are just turning onto Pennsylvania Avenue. The crowd is really 10, 12, 15 deep down here. These people are very excited about it. All along the curves are little children. D.C. schools are out today. All the children are right down in front. It's a very exciting moment. President's back in the limousine now. Probably where we ought to stay till we get some sun down here, Tom. It's very cold.
You keep saying that, Bodie. I have a feeling that you didn't dress warm enough.
I was going to say, Bodie's getting soft.
I believe the weathermen, guys.
Nice moment. Has definitely energized a crowd that had waited a long time and waited patiently while the inaugural lunch went on longer than anyone had anticipated.
I think that my guess is that one of the hallmarks of George Bush's administration is that he'll become kind of the nation's first grandpa. There are going to be a lot of grandchildren around the White House. They call him Grampy, and we'll see a lot of that interaction. And youngsters will relate to him in the same way that they may relate to their own grandfather, because he's not so old and authoritarian looking. He's kind of an active grandfather.
Yes, he is. As the parade moves along, it has reached Deborah Norville's position down there along Pennsylvania Avenue. Hey, Deborah.
Hi, Bryant.
Who said that begging doesn't pay? Guess what?
You got me a ticket?
We got 2 tickets.
2 tickets to the ball.
We got 2 tickets to the ball. I will have to assume that Carl is watching. Carl, go get on the shuttle. You're due here. Your carriage awaits, as does your bride. Deborah, what you got going down there?
Oh, Bryant, you're wonderful. And I tell you what, I'm excited about that, and I'm excited, too, because the motorcade has come into view here on Pennsylvania Avenue. People have really crowded into Freedom Plaza here. And even though everyone here is aware that President and Mrs. Bush left the motorcade and walked for a portion of the street there along Constitution, they are hopeful that it will happen again, that President Bush wants to shake hands not only with the first group of spectators along the parade route, but that he will do the same here.
We're told now that that Reagan note that was left behind at the White House for the new president of the United States in a desk drawer says, quote, very best wishes and that sort of thing. Picking up some of the language of George Bush, who likes to talk about the... He also says, carry on, and for Americans, he says, keep the faith. We'll be back with more coverage of this inaugural parade in 1989 here on NBC. Brian Gumbo and Tom Brokaw, the entire NBC News team, right after this.
Back in Washington, the presidential motorcade leading the parade up Pennsylvania Avenue, to the delight of a crowd that has been estimated anywhere from 200,000 to 300,000. I know that's a broad range, but it's a little early for us to get a number there. And in case you're just tuning in, this crowd has been energized because George Bush and Mrs. Bush, President Bush and First Lady, got out of the limousine, waved to the crowd, walked a little bit of the distance, and then got back inside. We expect they may get out again before they hit the White House.
I believe it's one of the great single thrills for any American, which is to see a president of the United States in person. I was always struck whenever I've traveled with a president to any place in this country, however sophisticated the city, however sophisticated the people, that if it were the president of the United States, by golly, people threw back their shoulders a little bit and held up their heads, and they were really happy to be able to have that opportunity to come up against one-on-one a truly historic figure. And on a day like today, when it's a real holiday mood here in the nation's capital, and you have a new president of the United States and his very enchanting wife, people are really eager to see them. No longer the open limousines that we've had in the past, of course. Security matters dictate that changed, and that changed on that day in Dallas.
Let's move on a little bit ahead and look down the road a piece to where the president is due to arrive shortly. He's going to go inside the White House and then after a brief rest come out on the reviewing stand. Now at the White House is our John Cochran, who understand is with George Bush Jr. John?
We are indeed. Let me ask you, George, if I may call you George.
Please, John, please.
Did you know your father was going to get out to do this walking along the parade route?
No, I didn't know. As a matter of fact, you're the first person I heard it from, and it doesn't surprise me. It's a big day for him. He's always been pretty good at pressing the flesh, as they say in politics, and I'm glad he's out there.
What if he had lost the election? Had the family planned in any way to boost his spirits? Did you have some sort of plan B to go to boost him back up if he had lost?
Yeah, remember, he was the one boosting us up. He's the guy that in between New Hampshire and Iowa, or Iowa and New Hampshire, said, look, don't blame anybody. Let's get out and fight. He really had a good sense of himself during the campaign. He was prepared to accept whatever fate came his way. He knew he had to fight, but was so secure in himself, John, that he wouldn't have needed to have been boosted up if he'd have gotten whipped.
Now, you're one of the more political members of the family. Did you talk to him about his inaugural address? Did you give him any advice?
No, I didn't. I asked him if he was going to continue some of the themes he started in the convention. He said he was. I thought it was a great speech. It spoke from the heart, but not really. We were more family-oriented than kind of worried too much about what his speech was going to be. By that, I mean we were all crawling all over each other at the Blair House. Blair House has not seen such informality since people were in there redoing it.
Are you going to have a big night here tonight at the White House?
We're spending the night, and we're looking for ghosts and all sorts of stuff. But it's a great thrill for us and an honor, and we're grateful to the country for giving my dad a chance.
John Cochran.
We hope you have a great time. Yes, Tom?
John, well, don't let him go away. Let's ask him a question about his own political future. There are lots of rumors around that George Bush is going to run, George Bush Jr. is going to run for governor of Texas.
That's
Anything
right.
to that?
Tom Brokaw is wondering at the other end of this microphone, somewhere down around the Labor Department, whether or not you're going to run for governor of Texas, as the rumor mill has it.
Tom, I appreciate that confidence in me, but I really haven't figured it out yet. I'm back in Texas, live in Dallas, trying to make a living. No silver foots for this bush, and and I haven't made up my mind.
Does that mean you're sounding the political hustings, wondering how much money's out there and how much support?
Well, I'm going to move around the state speaking at Lincoln Day dinners, thanking Republicans for getting George Bush a real job. And we'll see what happens. We got plenty of time and no hurry, but I'm flattered that some people might think I'd be all right at the job.
All right. Well, we hope the entire Bush family has a great time tonight sleeping in the White House.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's go down to Deborah Norval along the parade route.
All right, we are at Freedom Plaza, where there are bleachers set up for paying guests to get a chance to see the inaugural parade. But Raymond Diggs, who was with the Boy Scouts of the Washington, D.C. area, says everything has not gone according to plan. What's happened?
What's happened? Okay, we have people standing in front of the stands.
Right.
At an elevated position, and they're blocking the view of people sitting in the first 3 rows of the stands.
And how much did those seats in the first 3 rows cost?
Oh, I think it was something like $50 to $100.
And you've gotten the police in here to try to get the crowds to move back. Not a lot of success?
Not a lot of success. They threw up their hands.
Okay. Well, the police have thrown up their hands, and I guess you have too. Will you get to see the parade?
Maybe some of it.
Maybe some of it. Well, it's going to be passing by here shortly, Raymond Diggs. Thank you very much. It is a problem. The crowds here are very thick, and even though people are supposed to have tickets to be sitting in the stands here, tickets that cost as much as $100, a lot of people without tickets have gotten into the stands, and a lot of people who were just early risers and lined the streets have blocked the view for some. But if you want to see it, I guess you can push your way to the front. It's approaching here now, and Tom, we'll take it back up to you at Labor.
Well, thank you very much, Deborah. Maybe those people who paid $100 for their seat should have listened to George Bush earlier when he said, "Friends, we are not the sum of our possessions." And that includes the seats that you bought along the inaugural parade. You may have to give them up if people move in. After all, there's more to life than material wealth.
George Bush Jr., that wasn't exactly a no he gave you, was it?
I think that he's sounding real positive about the idea that he may run for governor of Texas.
He was kind of fun a little bit earlier on today when he was talking.
And if he does that, let me just say one thing about that. If he does run for governor of Texas as the Republican nominee, the chances are fairly good that he could face Ann Richards, who was the Secretary of State, you'll remember, from Texas, who made that excoriating speech in Atlanta last summer about his father. So that would be a real Texas shootout, political style.
We're going to come back in just a moment. There's much more ahead on this Inauguration Day. The celebration continues after a station break.
Well, you see what happens when you don't pay for the whole ride? Then you got to get out and walk for part of the distance. And there's President and Mrs. Bush once again out of the car, to the absolute delight of the hundreds of thousands of people who have gathered along Pennsylvania Avenue. They were out earlier and they're out again, walking along the avenue in this brisk January day. They're now again out of the sun, so it's a little nippy down there.
I was going to say a little bit earlier before we went to the station break, we were talking with George Bush Jr. Earlier when he was on Today, Deborah asked him, how did the family survive the night at Blair House, all 23 of them? He said, we survived it well. I'm not necessarily sure how well the staff survived it. They evidently turned it into one nice party.
There are the grandkids waiting for the parade to arrive. What a time they're going to have. There are all 28 of them there tonight, and then for the weekend, there will be a big blowout at the White House, and then they'll watch the Super Bowl on Sunday afternoon.
That's Neil Bush off in the corner. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And I was just going to say that the Bush kids all get along well. I mean, there are no stories of sibling rivalry or little petty family feuds of one kind or another. That was not true in the Reagan family. Of course, there were differences of a kind in the Carter family, but more with brothers and sisters of the presidents rather than his own children. When the Carters did this, it took them 40 minutes to walk the entire route. It's unlikely the Bushes will walk the whole way. Let's just watch them for a while. This is such a stunning picture.
You can notice, but a couple of times as he has been walking, President Bush has squatted down and waved a little bit. He is obviously picking out some children along the side and pointing directly to them, waving to them, taking great delight. Of course, he dotes on his own grandchildren. He has 10 of them, and they say that during his rehearsals, During rehearsals for speeches, debates along the campaign trail, it was not uncommon for him to rehearse with grandchildren climbing all over him, pulling at him. Ken Bodie is back along in part of the motorcade. Kenny, what's your proximity to the president?
Well, we're only about maybe 25 yards ahead of his car right now. He just got back into the limousine after walking 3 blocks from about 10th to 13th along Pennsylvania Avenue. The parade route is lined with sailors, Bryant, and as the president's car comes by, each of the sailors snaps to a quick salute. Every now and then while he was walking, the president would see one of these young seamen and give him a presidential salute right back. A lot of joy on the faces of these sailors when that happened. We're down here. People along the curbside holding up signs. Huntington loves Dan. Good luck, George and Barb. People on the roofs waving down. This is the peak of the parade. Now, Tom, back to you.
Thanks very much, Ken Bodie. You sound like your vocal cords are about to freeze up.
Hard to tell who's having a better time down there, the folks lining the route or the president himself, because he's obviously enjoying this, delighting in it, in fact.
Now approaching Deborah Norval's position. Deborah?
Down here on street level, and people here are really excited. Kelly, you think you're going to be able to get a good view of him? I guess. Police here are incredibly alert, as you can well imagine, as the press buses go by and the flatbeds with all the photographers. Where is he?
We apologize for not identifying the Bush grandchildren. This is, after all, his first day in office, and we're not that good yet, plain and simple.
And there are 10 of them. And,
at some point, there will be a quiz on this, but not on the first day.
I'm still working on my own children's birthdays, so that's not...
We can identify the toys. Those are Transformers. Mine are still young enough to know that much.
Boys will be boys, and little girls will be little girls, no matter what we think.
Those pictures coming from the reviewing stand outside the White House.
Closing in on the reviewing stand, only about 4 blocks. They'll round the Treasury Department and pull in there, and then they'll be in that reviewing stand. When John Kennedy was inaugurated as president, it was a really difficult winter day. You'll remember, however, that the strong image he sent to the country as he stood there bareheaded for the entire parade, watching the units pass by, having said earlier that the torch had been passed. Now the Vice President and Mrs. Quayle are out walking as well along the parade route.
I believe that's their son Benjamin, just ahead of them also.
Yes, it is.
We should note that the plans don't call for the president to go directly to the reviewing stand when he gets to the White House. They were scheduled in originally about a 10 or 12-minute break, which we're not sure that they will take advantage of since we're running behind just a little bit.
Everyone's going to get some hot chicken soup after having gotten out of it.
It has been a long morning, yes.
Deborah Norval, are you still down there? She is, and we'll be able to get to her before too long.
Tom, I don't know if you can hear some extraneous noise in the background. I did not know this, but the wires are reporting that the Quayles are addressing and greeting the crowds
you know how to avoid these.
via a public address system in his limo. Now, that's the first I've heard of that.
Yes, I can.
Okay, Deborah, are you back with us?
Oh, we're on standby.
No, evidently not. We're understanding from some people who were down there now that, yes, that is true. Public address system in the limo? It's the first I've heard of it.
poorly.
Hello, Deborah Norville.
Hello, Bryant Gumbel.
Oh, okay, you can hear us.
Yes, it's a little difficult. Vice President Quayle and his wife are just passing by here, and it's a little bit loud. Yes, I can hear you.
He does have a public address system then. Is that correct? Evidently, she can't hear me.
He does, but we don't.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Now, for those of you, again, who've not been to Washington, this is the turn. That's the Washington
Bryant, Tom,
Monument.
it's interesting down here on Federal Plaza. As soon as George Bush's motorcade passed by, it's interesting to note that a great many people started leaving. I don't know that there's any significance to that. It could be just because there is a bit of a chill to the air, and these people have been waiting some as many as 4, 5, and 6 hours for the inaugural parade to pass by. There was still a great number of people here, obviously, but it's interesting to note I've seen just a couple of hundred people walk away from their vantage points here along the parade route after the president's motorcade passed by.
Thank you, Deborah. We're only about 2 blocks now from the presidential reviewing stand. That big limousine will be making a hard left turn here momentarily, passing the Treasury Department and proceeding along Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. The Bushes, having served in the office of vice president for 8 years, are accustomed to the idea of having Secret Service agents around, but for people who come to that office for the first time, it's an enormous adjustment because there's a constant presence, as you might expect, and it takes a real kind of psychologically and emotionally secure person to deal with that presence at all times, and finally just wears them down. Any number of people have said that they got to the point they just pretended that they weren't there.
In the most positive way, it has got to be quite suffocating.
Yeah, and it's not the fault of the agents. These are courteous men for the most part, although there are women as well, but their job is to protect the family and to protect the President of the United States and the Vice President and all the important members of his family as well. And it's a kind of a thankless job. They're not paid a lot of money. They work around the clock. They have to be outside on nasty days. They have to stand and guard doorways and fire exits when no one else is around. And they have to be ever vigilant. And if something goes wrong, they're the first ones to be blamed for it. It's a branch of the Treasury Department, as many of you know. And other Secret Service agents, when they're not in the protection detail, are working on things like forgery, counterfeiting.
Wind's picking up, but we are seeing no signs of the precipitation that we had been promised would be moving into the Washington area in the late afternoon and early parts of the evening. The sun's still shining brightly. We understand temperatures have dipped down into the low 40s right now, and the winds are gusting a great deal, but still pretty comfortable for a mid-January day. Let's take it on down once again as the motorcade makes its way and approaches the White House. We understand that they've reached Willard Scott's location. Mr. Scott, how's your view? Hello, Willard. You know, the hours change, but some things don't.
That's right.
Are we on the air?
Hello, Willard.
We're standing by right here just across from the White House. Say Thomas Jefferson was, how are you, sir? Justice Rehnquist just went by. Yes, sir, I'll pay that ticket. Thank you, sir. He let me off so I could come back to work. And Thomas Jefferson, I believe, was the first president to go to the White House and spend the night. And in 10 more years, it'll be paid for, they tell me. We're waiting for the president right now, President Bush. He's on his way. The press truck is down there. You can see that in the background. It won't be long now, right to the White House. Last night, the Blair House, tonight, the White House.
They've reserved one corner of Lafayette Park, which, as you look at that picture, is just off to your left, for protesters. And Lafayette Park has been a place where some of the homeless have assembled on the grates even in the nighttime, in the chill of the night, with cardboard boxes. George Bush, who talked almost not at all about the homeless during the course of the campaign, did make reference to him today, roaming the streets, acknowledging that there is an enormous problem in this country with the homeless, but not offering any specific suggestion about how he may deal with it.
Thank you. We're standing by.
I think Willard thinks he's part of the parade. Willard, are you down there?
I'm standing by. Okay. There's the best looking.
You know, earlier in the week, the president was complaining that Barbara Bush had him carrying crates around. Oh, he's out now, right in front of the White House. Willard, let's go to you.
Okay.
Here comes the president of the United States, Willard.
I owe the president $10, so I expect he's going to come by and collect. We had a great show over at the Lincoln Memorial just 2-3 nights ago. The weather is sensational, couldn't be better. And as you know, the temperature right now is about 50 degrees. Barbara Bush is beautiful in her coat, and the president is appearing as you can see him right now. How are you, sir? Happy New Year.
Mr. President!
Mr. President! Bless your heart, do we love you. The best. Thank you. How about that? I've been kissed for the best. Fantastic.
Well, that goes into the history book, Willard.
Well, I got close. I got kissed off by the president, but I got kissed by the first lady. I don't think you could beat that. I want to thank Rodney, who rehearsed that kiss with me about a half an hour before we did it. That's great. That's what I've had more fun with this thing. I tell you, these people are all right. They're having a good time.
I got to tell you something, Scott. I've worked with you 7 years now, but never more impressed with you than I am right now.
Willard, I want to say one thing.
What's that?
You got kissed off by the president and kissed by the first lady. Be grateful it worked that way. It'd have been a little embarrassing if you'd gone the other way around. If she'd kissed you off and he'd kissed you.
I wouldn't have had the cabinet post that I've been promised, I guess. But I'll tell you who else is over there is Jimmy Dean. I get excited about him. You know, Jimmy Dean started right here in Washington, D.C., and he started right next to the old Greyhound bus station. Well, they tore the bus station down about 2 weeks ago, but you ought to see Jimmy. He looks like he's about 25 years old. He's waving to us right now. I don't think Rodney can get the shot of him, but
he knows a man who eats sausages when he sees them. Thank you very much.
Lots of it, too.
Well, that's what they say. You know, with Jimmy Dean sausage, that's the one thing. The Catholics could eat meat on Friday if they ate Jimmy Dean sausage because there wasn't any meat in them.
Thank you, Bill. Well, as we noted, America is going to fall in love with Barbara Bush, but she definitely got the worst of that deal, I'll tell you that.
Hey, there's the Senator Tower.
Willard, of course, had the honor of emceeing the 1,000 Points of Light celebration that was held here on Wednesday night, and that's why you saw the president as he walked past, pointing over Willard's way, and you could read his lips saying, "Thank you, thank you," and then pointing up ahead and saying, "I got to keep walking, I can't come over." Mrs. Bush had no such qualms, evidently. Grandkids are still loving it. Brokaw. I've worked with him 7 years. You worked with him, what, 3?
I worked with him about 3 before that, right?
3 before that? That was a pretty impressive moment. I'm not sure too many people can pull a first lady out of line.
When the new first lady interrupts the inaugural parade to go over and give you a kiss right on the lips, I think that's not bad for Willard Scott, but all the time that I've known and worked with him, nothing surprises me anymore. Let's get the president seated here. We can. The reviewing stand. Says hello to friends, members of his family. We'll be back with more from Inauguration 1989 right after this. The President of the United States and grandchildren assembled in the parade reviewing stand just in front of the White House. That's a familiar gesture that we'll see from the President. He has trouble with that forelock of hair, and he's always having to brush it away from his forehead. He's also left-handed, by the way, but he is not the left-hander of the year. There's a magazine devoted to left-handers.
Well, who was?
The left-hander of the year was Greg Louganis last year. The left-hander of the year in politics was George Ford.
Of course, how do you dive left-handed? Let's go.
Well, what have you got going down there now? Who else is kissing?
We're on right now, even as we speak. We had the greatest moment of my career just a moment ago when the Vice President came over and said hello and shook my hand, and we had Rodney taking shots that were close up. We could actually see and hear every single word, and you were in a commercial. But trust me, he's a nice guy. We had fun, and Mrs. Quayle is beautiful. My next exclusive in about a half an hour.
We're going to have to get you a white hat, I guess.
Right. I guess that's for the good guys, right? Yeah, well, that's the best story of my career, and that's the way it didn't show.
You should be very proud. That's quite a coup.
Yep, well done. But that's why we pay you $4.85 an hour, in order to do that kind of work.
So as we suspected, the President and Mrs. Bush are not going to exercise their right to that scheduled rest period before moving on to the reviewing stand. They went directly to it. The Quayles are going to follow in suit. The Vice President and Marilyn Quayle arriving at the reviewing stand.
How's the parade?
Obviously a public announcement going on at the review stand, but we can't decipher it. Not clear enough for these ears.
A lot of ceremonial stuff here going by now. That is not to say that it's not important, but we have everybody in place we'll be seeing, and we'll try to pick up the parade for you as best we can. We can get the sequence. So I think there's 75 floats altogether, and I think it's close to 100 units in the parade.
Did you not tell me a little bit earlier that North Dakota was the only one not represented?
They do have a seal, it turns out, that will be marching along in the parade, but they did not send a band because they couldn't raise the money to send a band here and to the Rose Parade.
And they opted for?
They went for the Rose Parade. When you live in North Dakota at this time of the year and you get a chance to go to Southern California where the temperature is not 45 or 50 degrees, but instead it's probably going to be 75 degrees, and North Dakota probably took the wise route and they decided...
Although you and I both know how cold it can get along that parade route in the early morning hours.
Especially in the early morning hours in Southern California. People show up in seersucker coats because they think they're coming south, but in fact it can be pretty nippy. We're going to be back with the President and his First Lady and the Vice President and Mrs. Quayle as they review this parade this afternoon with the assorted children and grandchildren, all that and more right after this.
First Family has finally made it to the review stand, and we're watching the start of the parade. What were some of those numbers you were throwing at me?
95 units altogether. We've got 12,000 marchers. That's not a grand parade. In Eisenhower's day, they had twice as many marchers, 25,000 altogether. But it's a big deal.
It has become, over the years, though, more colorful, more costly, the parade has. The dust has settled on many an inaugural parade along Pennsylvania Avenue. For a little bit of a retrospective, here's a report from Doug Kiker.
This was billed in 1973 as the largest band ever to march in any parade, anywhere. The big band sound of almost 2,000 students from 20 high schools in Fairfax County, Virginia.
There's the theme float of the inaugural parade.
The largest float ever, the 1957 Eisenhower Parade. 480 feet long, 2½ times as high as the U.S. Capitol building. Parades crossed the line from simplicity to spectacle in the middle 1800s. The James Buchanan inaugural in 1857. The very first float, a replica of the historic frigate Constitution. The 1905 Teddy Roosevelt parade was the most colorful yet. A procession of Badland cowboys and Indians, including Apache Chief Geronimo. 1,000 Rough Riders, men Roosevelt led in the celebrated charge up San Juan Hill. The military always has been part of inaugural parades.
Trim units of the regular army demonstrate to the nation and to the world that America's defense has begun.
In 1941, with Franklin Roosevelt elected to a third term, it was all military. Europe was already at war. The 1949 inaugural featured the greatest air armada ever to fly over Washington. Incoming President Harry Truman led the parade himself, escorted by 100 members of his old World War I outfit, Battery D, 129th Field Artillery. In 1953, veterans turned out by the scores for Dwight Eisenhower's inaugural, the 5-star general of the Army who led Allied forces to victory in World War II. The West Point cadets marched by. Ike had been one of them in the 1917 Woodrow Wilson inaugural. In 1961, military units made up half of the John F. Kennedy parade. There were 20 types of missiles and other weapons, including a Navy PT boat, similar to the one Kennedy, as a young lieutenant, had commanded in the South Pacific. But this was the last big show of military hardware. Images of American history have moved down Pennsylvania Avenue, an unbroken river of marching bands, simply produced floats, overproduced floats. Everybody loves a parade. Douglas Kiker, NBC News, Washington.
And this is the real parade for George Bush, 1989 version. The Grand Marshals, Bob Hope, and Chuck Yeager. Chuck Yeager, of course, whose fame became considerable with the writing of the book, The Right Stuff. There he is on the right, the man who broke the sound barrier in an airplane for the first time. And Bob Hope, indefatigable. Uncle Sam behind them. Not sure who's playing that part there today. Those are the two Grand Marshals. Two men who no doubt are good friends of George Bush. I know that Bob Hope is, and Chuck Yeager, I know, has been a good friend of his as well, and had a message for him earlier today in which he suggested now that you've closed a lot of military bases around the country, you ought to also thin out the ranks of the people who are serving in bases.
Kind of a gutsy suggestion.
It was. He's a general in the Air Force Reserve now, no longer on active duty, but he has a lot of credibility in that area.
Say hi. Congratulate one another.
We're going to have a lot of entries, as you might expect, from Indiana today, from the Culver Academy, from the state of Indiana, from the Huntington High School Band, from DePaul University.
As you talk about Indiana, just an interesting note has just come our way. It seems when Dan Quayle took his oath today, Justice Sandra Day O'Connor failed to recite a line from the oath.
Really?
The oath is supposed to go, I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Sorry. Well, she forgot the against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Evidently, the Constitution does not require a vice presidential oath, so it doesn't matter. For the record, he is still the vice president. Missed a couple of words. Missed 6 words.
And it won't make any difference if something should happen to George Bush and he should accede to the presidency. He doesn't have to take an oath then either. I mean, it's all there in the Constitution. They've been elected and certified. And we'll be back with more from Inauguration 1989. Bob Hope.
Right on the left. Okay.
Right after this.
Hold on, celebration continues on this glorious Friday, January the 20th, the date marking Inauguration 89, and the parade's continuing past the reviewing stand, housing the first family and the vice president's family also, and they got an awful lot of relatives in town.
This is the United States Army Band passing now.
The crowds have thinned too much. They waited a long time, and it has been very breezy out there, but they are still quite deep along the tail end of the parade route.
Song that they're playing as they pass. This is the 100-piece traveling band of the U.S. Army. That's good duty if you're in the Army. And then you get to go around the country and play a lot of music. This is the Army Color Guard that will follow. We were talking earlier about Indiana. Texas is heavily represented today as well, as you might expect. The Texas State SEAL Float, the University of Texas Show Band, the Mounted Cavalry from Texas A&M, another Texas float, the Texas Aggie Band from College Station.
I was going to say, on what other day could you see Aggies and folks from Texas, Austin, marching not side by side, but right behind one another without necessarily exchanging some words? But right. All the eyes of Texas are smiling today.
Even the Robert E. Lee High School Band of Midland, Texas, and that's where George Bush went with Barbara Bush to seek their fortune when they graduated from Yale.
I understand in fact, the Yale marching band, we had a note, is not really a marching band at all. They're gonna march in order to celebrate this occasion today, but normally it's not a band that marches. It's the word we got. Obviously, the float of the presidential seal, followed by the vice presidential seal.
You'll see some very familiar faces. These are the presidential portraits. Portraits of past presidents carried by the VMI marching unit.
The VMI marching unit will be carrying the portraits of the president.
There was Marty Van Buren right there. Off-noted Marty.
Right. Abraham Lincoln, Lord Fillmore. All the presidents slightly askew as they go down Pennsylvania Avenue.
A lot of the cadets are acting as escorts, we might add, for some of those who are heading to the balls unattended.
Now they stand up for the Texas State Seal as it goes by. This is one of the best college bands in the country. It's called the Show Band from the University of Texas, the UT Band, the Longhorns. They'll put on a fairly good show, I would guess. Coming up right after the Texas State Seal.
They didn't bring Bevo with them, did they?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Bob Hope keeping his coat on just to the side of the First Lady, and here's some of the show band from the University of Texas.
How did UT do against Oklahoma this year, do you remember?
Low-scoring game, Oklahoma beat them. Why did I remember that? I don't know. I said that with such conviction, and now as I look at you, I'm sure they beat them because Oklahoma actually only lost to Nebraska, right, and then the Orange Bowl again.
Mrs. Bush is giving there at the University of Texas. The real hot ticket for this weekend is the Texas Black Tie and Boots Ball that they're going to have here in Washington, D.C. People are dying to get in there. The tickets are very scarce. There was some thought of you'd have to show up with a birth certificate showing that you've been born in Texas. Then they remembered that George Bush was not born in Texas, so they wanted to do that.
Yes, that could cause a problem. Is that the one that's at the Air and Space Museum?
Yeah, and they're going to give away for the door prize is a red pickup truck with a gun rack in the back.
Really?
Yep.
By the way, that's the one we got Deborah and her
That's where she belongs.
Into.
No, this one is tomorrow night, actually, the Saturday night.
Oh, okay.
The Texas Black Tie and Boots Ball. Someone has offered a round-trip ticket to Paris, a first-class ticket for one ticket.
One?
For one ticket to the Texas Black Tie and Boots Ball.
We're told this is not a first in the inaugural parades for the Longhorn Band. They marched the inaugural parades of JFK, LBJ, and Ronald Reagan.
We'll be back with more from Washington, D.C., inaugural 89 here on NBC right after this.
And so the celebration continues on this Inauguration Day, a day of celebration unique to the United States, one of the few rituals really associated with this democracy. It's been a big day for George Bush, a big day for all Americans.
That's true. It has been indeed. And then from here, of course, we go to the inaugural balls tonight, which will be all over the city. 116,000 people have been invited, but there are a lot of Republicans who felt they haven't been invited. They've been calling to complain, including one man who called to say, do you think that I wasn't invited because the Secret Service investigated me in connection with that plot to assassinate the president? Was that the reason I didn't get to get?
Ouch.
We'll be back with nightly news here tonight from this very location. Brian Gumble, thanks very much.
Tom, it's been fun.